What is taking up all my CPU? Oh, just Minecraft? And a bajillion other random things? Nordahamus, Nordahamus. La creature. Howdy, howdy. Boy, howdy. You caught me working on just filling in ocean biomes? Ah, hello, Will. You wanna give you a call? I could jump on, I don't know, one of the ones on the server or just DM call. Whenever yonder pleaseth. Something I'm not 100% sure is whether or not I get the call notifications while streamer mode is active on Discord. Not sure. Yeah, I don't need to be doing this right now. I just want to fill in this one little spot. There we go. Okay. Let me go look at the island. Or, well, maybe I can wait. Oh, wait, no. Okay, yeah, I don't hear it. Interesting. Boom, bada boom. Hello.
It is.
What was that?
I said, there it is. That means that I have to mute the stream, because then I'll be hearing double.
Oh, yeah. Hello. So you wanted me to show you around the island a little bit, I guess?
It's been so sporadic, like how I've been able to watch. So
a progress
I've kind of followed up on what you've gotten, but I don't know everything. So I figure now that I'm back to having Fridays off and I'll be able to kind of catch this more regularly, I'd just like to see everything that's done.
Yeah, I'm just adjusting, making sure. I think your audio is. Let me just
Well,
make sure.
you are quite insane.
Looks like it's going through. Actually, I think you're fine on Discord.
Hmm.
Let me actually just turn down my computer because I swear, like when I'm streaming, I just tend to need my computer sounds to be a lot lower than when I'm just doing my own thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, so I mean, I guess I can just go into spectator and start on this side of the island and give you the progress report.
Hmm.
So let's see. Wait, did I get rid of all this? There's still snow here. One second. Game rule random tick speed. What's the default? Like 3? Okay, like 1,000, please. Really? It's not going away? Hello? Maybe that's too much. 100?
Does it melt?
Huh. Let's put that back to 3.
Does
Uh,
snow melt?
it should, unless I put this into a biome where it doesn't. One second, I can fix this. Brush, sphere, air, 24, mask, snow. Get.
Ew,
That'll be you with every grass block that's in a city limits soon enough.
I did it once before, but you know, that's just how it goes.
So, yeah, I could just start on this corner of the island and yeah, like over here, I guess, to just sort of fly through where the final. So besides adding trees, I think this biome is done. The big flat plateau mountain.
Yes, from what I've seen, the few times you've kind of flown through it, I like what I see. I like how it looks.
Yeah, so in the last stream, I finished doing these little like spikes. I forget if it had these before, but I
Yeah.
just thought they would look good. Like basically an enhanced version of the sort of bouldery looking things that you see in a lot
Right.
of the Minecraft taiga biomes, but just generally, you know, kind of something you just see in the mountains in general.
Yeah.
A little bit of fantasy element with the spikes, but
Which the old one did have, they just weren't as big, you know.
okay. I couldn't remember if they were really a thing. And so like one thing I was working on was this sort of transition from it into the desert on the edge.
Mm-hmm.
I think this actually ends up looking pretty good. It'll be a little
Yeah.
more interesting once I add some trees on the edge. Um,
Yeah.
we're getting actually so close to when I can safely start putting trees everywhere. I'm actually starting to get excited for that part of the process.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I forget. Did we settle on this part of the island being like thick enough? I'm assuming yes. I forget how much more I extended it.
Yeah, I think that looks fine.
Yeah, I mean it is pretty big. With
Yeah, go down to the ground level. Let me see it.
Yoink. Am I too high? Yeah, like I mean everything on this island is so big now.
Goodness, I love it.
Yeah, so you should have plenty of space for whatever you'll end up putting here.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the desert here, besides decorations, should be done. That biome should be done. I was gonna add a couple. I think we mentioned spikes of ice on top of these snowy mountains. I finished adding snow to these. I'm not sure if I put too much, but I think it's good. Especially
Yeah,
like
because
when
I think let me just open up the the world as I have it, the old one,
always looks weird. I'm always going crazy about how the water looks.
for comparison. All right, Minecraft launcher taking a moment to
Oh
update. That's
yeah,
fine. That's cool. That's
crusty.
a-okay.
Sheep and a donkey. I guess I changed the
Okay.
biomes around. Some stuff spawned. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I've got the if you're not distracted by the launcher, so I've got the
Nah, I'm
tops of these
sorry.
mountains snowy.
Yeah,
Uh,
I like that. It
a
looks good.
couple fun little things like some snow drift kind of areas here.
Yeah, I see that.
One second. There we go.
Well, you know.
Oh, one thing I was gonna work on today, even though I feel like this area is mostly done, I'm so unhappy with this river.
Uh, yeah.
I just have to redo it. I know I'm being like so particular about the rivers, but it just drives me insane when they're not perfect. They just
Yeah.
Minecraft rivers can look so ugly.
Yeah, it's just how the physics go, really.
Yeah.
All right.
Um.
Okay, so there's like a few ice blocks at the top of this mountain in this version, and I don't think I put them there. I might have, but I think you put them there. But there's not. I mean, it's not a particularly big mountain when you
Right. Let me
really think
actually.
about it.
I can go over to my old copy real
It's kind
quick.
of comic, really. Just looking at it, like I still love this map, but it's just, well,
Oh
it's
hey.
this perspective. When you can only have a render of 8 chunks or whatever, and then you get a new computer and you can render the whole dang map. It kind of just loses its perspective.
I'm not sure. Maybe you did put them up here because I don't see
Well,
them
if they're
here.
not there, then I guess I did. I don't know why I would have done that. Of
The oh
course, then again, I do remember, for some reason or another, I gave you the map and then you gave it back,
hmm
and you tweaked a few things, because I remember I still have
maybe
it in one of the police stations. You put a bunch of creeper heads in the room and a sign.
huh? I don't. Okay, so
Yeah,
I have like so bad memories of like old things that I don't remember what the joke or anything would have been.
you put a bunch of the creeper head blocks and you said, "This is a nice police force." You hold on, I can't read the sign from the outside.
Oh,
I
the
have to go inside.
creepers were like the police. I guess that okay.
I don't know. Let me just go up
I could
here.
imagine uh some of the stuff I would have tweaked because like I don't know, I'm in this
That's a nice police force you got there, and
oh
a bunch of creeper heads at the top of this
um
police station.
by the way, weird thing, I loaded up this version. Like this is a new village. Minecraft's really trying hard.
Yeah. Hey, look, at least it's not underwater.
Like this one. An ancient city for
All the
sure.
ones, yeah, all the ones I have are underwater. Yeah, like that.
I'm tempted
It's crazy to
to
me how Minecraft just kind of works, because it's like, oh, hey, we'll just load this in now, because for whatever reason.
I'm tempted to copy like one or two of these, convert them into like prismarine blocks and kind of do a cheeky little reference. The one thing I will say that I almost feel like is a slight loss from scaling up the map, I do like how steep some sections are, but
Sure.
granted, that's probably a nightmare to build on, so probably not actually a loss.
Yeah.
I also find it interesting. Oh, hi, Gold. I also find it interesting that, like, in the process of scaling it up, I'm pretty sure, like, you see how there's, like, just this tiny little dip here? Between these, like, one block. It's like a one block dip. And it, like,
Yeah.
in the new version, that, like, ended up triggering me to, like, turn it into like a split mountaintop. It's kind of interesting how that changed.
I mean, that's kind of the thing because again, you just kind of because I had an idea going into it originally, like, oh, I'm going to do this, and then of course the reality of it kind of sets in, and it's like, well, I guess we'll do this, and it just kind of turns out, gosh, just looking at it, it's like this is just such a small little
Right.
city. It's so compact. I this will be the weird thing because yeah, I'm right there looking at that bit there, but I'm looking at it, it's like I really like how it turned out with like the bridges and simplicity and how close everything is together, but I do super like what I see on the new one.
Yeah, let me
Just
go
how you
back
did
to
that
it.
with like how kind of cavernous everything was, and like how much bigger the kind of separations on the mountains were.
Yeah. Um
So it's one of those things where it's like both versions. Like this will be a very nostalgic version, of course.
Sorry.
You
Logging
know,
back into this version and being at the top of that other mountain where I was just talking about it being like a
yeah,
split peak and it's just the scale difference, dude.
it's nuts. I
Ah,
look forward to this
like
very.
I keep forgetting when I say it's 4 times bigger, it's technically, it's 4 times 4. So it's like 16 times bigger, I guess, sort of. It's hard to say.
Oh,
Well, like, because, like,
oh
if it,
yeah, I guess because every one block is like two by
yeah,
two, so it's four.
it's 4 times wider, 4 times longer, but it's only twice as tall, if I recall. Or maybe it's like
Eh,
2.5.
I
Yeah.
mean I don't really care about that so much. You get it to be too tall, it'll be a little comical. I feel.
Well, this is as tall as it can get. With
Yeah,
the amount of, I did give it like a chunky amount of underground. You can see with the level of detail thing how deep it can go.
yeah.
So you can get some pretty deep caves, and yeah, you have space underground like a normal Minecraft world. Like I
Okay.
think I kept the ocean level at like regular Minecraft ocean level.
Uh huh.
So yeah, the underground is scaled up, and oh wait, wrong one. Yeah, it's like at 62, like it should be. So, but yeah, I am curious what you'll end up doing with whether you'll still end up putting like bridges. Like, I could definitely imagine like some bridges in like spots like I've got like here,
Well, I have to have
or
the
but
super amazing bridge. I think that's what I called it. Let me go and see.
there's like a really
Which
nice.
it's not a very big bridge just because of the scale of the world, but it's big for the scale of the world. Let's see here, because I have the amazing bridge. It's just the amazing bridge, and then I have what's the smaller bridge called? Where's the smaller bridge? I think it's over here. Is it this one? Might be this one. The semi amazing bridge, which is actually, well, I mean, I guess it has that bit, but just like, yeah, it's not quite nearly as amazing.
Yeah,
But
like I guess if you want a proper amazing bridge, like I don't know, like if I like sit here for a moment, which side of um the mountain range would you say it's on, the left or the right?
the amazing bridge is on the left, so it
Okay.
would be like connecting that first kind of one to the one in the middle. But now we kind of have
Yeah.
more like we have well, we have the three here, kind of. It's just like
You
goodness gracious,
yeah,
the
you've got
distance is so
you've got
ridiculous.
a couple good spots that you can connect like a long bridge. Like you've got this spot would be good for a bridge because it's got like this little lump on the middle.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's probably a good spot.
So, and that's again, it's just the interesting thing because it's like going into this, I'm like, well, I want to try to. Funnily enough, just like the series itself, it's like I want to try to keep as much stuff intact, just scale it differently. But the reality is, it's like everything's probably going to be like majorly, drastically different. And again, because this is on this particular island, I tore down and redid three of the big towns like
Mm.
completely and then made alterations to others over the course of the time because I just looked at it and I was like walking through and I think I still have like that map. I like made a separate version because I was just like walking through and it's like, boy, I've you know I've changed my Minecraft style in 10 years, and
Right.
so let's like tear it down, and some buildings I'll kind of keep, or some ones I'll just completely redo, or edit over here, or repurpose into over here. And it turned out a lot nicer, I think. I don't think I have a lot of night and day. No, I don't. What's this? Okay, these. Oh, yeah. Well, I definitely have pictures of the old city, and it's just like crazy to me. Hold on, let me see if I can get that perspective. Um, Fortunately, that building's still there, so I can like. It's also bigger too. Um. All right. This is where the fun begins. Let's see.
Yeah, well, while you're looking for that, I'm just working on that river that I was annoyed about.
Hmm. And I imagine that's just hard in general, like Minecraft River.
Yeah,
Not
so
enough
last time I
problems.
figured out a couple strategies. I should have saved. Actually, do I still have? Oh gosh, how far up would this be? Okay, I'm gonna have to remember how to do it. Yeah, it's kind of gone for today, but so I'll have to remember how to do it. But I figured out a specific method of smoothing the river. So if you look back at the stream real quick, you'll see the way it's got the water flow out. There's another one. This area is actually really flat. See, up here. Yeah, they're just like it's so much more subtle. It doesn't have that like sudden drop-offs rivers tend to have.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yeah.
so long as I can remember what I was doing last week, I can basically fix any of the rivers
Okay, I'm gonna put this in
with
the
those.
Discord. So on the left is of course the new version. On the right, of course, is the old version.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Of the towns, and you just like, and of course you can't really see like a lot of detail on the buildings either, but like you can see a little bit, but it's just I mean, and it's not even like that great of. I mean, it's like for Minecraft, it's fine, but it's like I'm going into this with a lot more real estate to work with, so naturally, I'm gonna probably try to make it a little bit more, like an actual city.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking to myself, some of these spots where you've got
roads
just
and
like
sidewalks.
yeah, you've got like standard two wide roads connecting everything where now you'll probably
That's everything. Everything's just 2-block roads. It's like you're
Yeah.
not putting a car on that.
Yeah, where it's like now you can probably do yeah, proper like highway kind of stuff.
But even if you look at the old one, you can see the render cutoff. Like I can't see past this city. I can see the other city here in that one. So that's kind of part of it.
I kind of want to do something kind of funny on stream real quick. 1 second. So let me fly over here. I don't remember what my actual render distance, like my real one is. It's 12 chunks. So right now I do have like the standard 12 chunks on, and your city's like, well, there's the lake over there. So your city's like here.
Right.
So yeah, there's the position of your screenshot. So let me just disable that. Give it a second. Or can I see any? Oh gosh. I had to move down a bit. Yeah.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, there's your 12 chunk render distance.
Preposterous.
The city is, yeah. Gonna have a lot more space if this is how much I have to move around to even like I think was this yeah, this was like the area. Let me look back at the image real quick. Yeah, this is like this area right here was like an area you could only fit like 2 to 4 houses on.
Here's a picture of the amazing bridge and the semi-amazing bridge.
Let me turn that back on.
Again, isn't that amazing? But
oh yeah, so they do. Okay, so the semi-amazing bridge. I see. Yeah, so the computer's being surprisingly well behaved today in terms of letting me fly around and do all this. Yeah, the amazing bridge, I guess, would actually, yeah, it goes here. So yeah, around this spot, which this was also kind of interestingly enough that weird ridge that kind of could have a road or something probably go around it, like a small pathway more than a road. Yeah. Huh.
and then of course, I also have a bridge that covers about 4 blocks over a 2-block river called the Kawaii Desu Bridge. It's pink.
Oh yeah, wait. Would that be the bridge over this river in the middle of the island?
No. It's in that same area.
Oh.
It's it's
the...
close to the semi-amazing bridge.
Oh, wait.
It's like right. It's practically under the semi-amazing bridge.
Oh, yeah. There's like a pond there. Oh, I see. Like a waterfall.
I say a river. Yeah, it's kind of this little bit that just kind of comes and goes down. There's another bridge that I believe is just unnamed. Unfortunate for
Can
the
I
bridge.
get like a different screenshot of that waterfall and that river?
Oh like, yeah, you can see it in there. Sure. Hold on.
Yeah, I see.
I'm like at it now.
Yeah, even because I'm trying to figure out. So that would be like over. Would that have been coming out like over here?
I think so. That feels right. Yeah, it would have. I think that little pond there, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out logically.
Where's my Gyaza?
Where, if anywhere, I could incorporate this back in.
I mean, I don't know if that's something I'll do sleepover not having, but.
I mean, I could also. Well, there's not really a spot for a river. But I could add a lake here.
There's a screenshot. Hopefully the.
Oh gosh, the fact that it's freezing over. Oh.
Yeah.
I see the ice. Too. Yeah, so it comes out.
Well, you can also see that the water up, past the bridge is different color than the water, past the ice.
Oh yeah, it's like. I wonder what biome that is. Swamp.
Let me see. Oh, we got it. There we go. Minecraft windswept hills over swamp. Yep, it's swamp.
Wait,
just goes from windswept hills to swamp.
I wonder if there's like any version biome like conversion issues maybe going.
I wonder what's for dinner.
Choicer voice. Too stupidly funny. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, I'm kind of curious whether or not, because, yeah, I guess it would come down and settle somewhere in there.
Yeah, it looks kind of like it. Like, I don't know. Like, go to your version of the other map, and see if it's there.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Again, like, there's some things that maybe I put it there. I don't even know.
I think
like I saw it and I just kind of like, oh, boom.
It looks like you added that, but
with how straight shot that is, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Um,
I don't see it. It would have been right there. Yeah, that's it, right
Look at
there.
this little spot. This is what's that little pond? It's just a little
Yeah,
hole in the
oh
ground.
yeah, I because I think I did that. I think there were just a couple of little holes, and I'm like, I'm just gonna put some water here, like make a
Yeah.
little pond or something.
Ooh.
I think I did do that in a couple of areas.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, so I think I
curious.
just
You
so there we
guess
go.
I guess you put
What I
a
was saying. Like,
I'm assuming you put a waterfall coming out like here and it split, like made a little pond and the other
well,
bit
no, because
came around?
no, because the pond is like it's just that yeah. So that hole, I just filled it up to about ground level, and then started
Yeah.
took out some blocks, and it just kind of went down into a little river, and then went
Oh,
past
I
there
see.
over the bridge.
Oh.
I love your inventory, by the way.
What? Oh my gosh, yeah. This is weird old. I don't even know what was going on here. Um, yeah, man, it makes you wonder what the old map editing must have been like if I just why do I have weapons? Um, yeah, this area is so flat. But yeah, there is just like I again I don't know if it. Oh, you know what? Oh, I see what I
So
did.
weird. On my screen, I have the completed. On your screen is the blank. It's so surreal.
Right, somewhere I think I have one of your copies. But I
Right,
don't.
because again, I sent it to you for some. I don't even know why.
Yeah.
Like, oh hey, crab, fix. Well, because I think there was a round of like, oh gosh, the biome difference there.
Yeah. So I think I might
So much
have.
more noticeable on that.
Right. I
Let's
think
go
I
up here because
might
I
have.
have buildings and trees and stuff, on the finished product. So it's a little bit more. Oh, and I just wait
It's
a minute.
so
Oh,
bad looking. Like,
did I flatten that? That's where this. I think I took that spire off and just flattened that and made that the semi-amazing bridges.
oh, you know what?
Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing.
I think when I scaled up the map, did this get cut off and flattened? Huh.
I didn't notice a lot of like really sharp peaks on that one.
Yeah. I went
Which
with
I
just.
do have a house that goes all the way up there. Which how inconvenient it is to get to some of these houses. Like, if I were to live at the very top here, it's like I better get a tax write-off for having to climb 15 flights of stairs to get to my house. How do you this town operates on Sonic logic because it's like how in the world do you drive in a highway with loop-de-loops? Like
Yeah, right. Oh man. So yeah, I guess see
everything stairs.
what's really funny me looking at this is just how lazily the biome color was put in. Cause clearly I must have thought to myself that it looked kind of good having like the darker
Well,
greens.
and here's the question too is what did those biome differences look like 12 years ago?
Right. I think
You know.
I think Swamp only had like the one color. And now it
Yeah,
has
it
this
might
like
not have been as extreme.
yeah, it has this like patchy color.
So
Also, if it was old
because I
enough,
feel like if you looked at it then, you would have like noticed it just as easily as you notice it now and go, that's really stupid or something, and like fixed
right,
it, but it
maybe.
might not have been as drastic and just over the course of
I mean,
update and update.
I saw these circles and thought that was fine. So, standards are
I mean, again, it also has to do with the level of your editing. Is like how much in a
right.
pain in the butt is it to fix these, or is it like it doesn't really matter?
I mean, it
Like,
was I have a feeling it was more of a skill issue than anything cuz I think to myself I'm
what a
using world.
wonderful world.
Yeah, I'm using world edit and I'm like how many of these features am I that I'm using did I just not learn back then where it's just
Mm-hmm,
like could I have
mm-hmm.
done this from the get-go? Or did they add these over the years? It's really hard to tell. I'd
Right.
have
Well,
to
because
like
it's been so long.
yeah.
Like again, I know that I did a lot of editing and terraforming because it's like, hey, you give me the base, it's what it needs to be. But of course, if I'm going to put a building here, I'm not going to, I'm going to have to add something or take something away. I super overhauled that patch of trees for the campground because they were so clustered together. I think
Right.
I think I honestly just burned that whole portion down and just from scratch redid all the trees because it was so condensed.
Yeah.
Because
It
I remember I don't remember if you were like having trouble or if that was just how it worked. You just put all those trees together and I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, I can demonstrate what I did by messing with the map real quick. Where's natural blocks? So yeah, making a forest back in the day involved here. Let me just go over here and do it.
Dip down here.
It involved doing
Maybe not the
this.
whole forest. I don't know. Yeah.
Which is like a little
Yeah.
gross, and then like it involves that, and then waiting, and then going through and deleting all the saplings that didn't grow. The other
Mm.
option might have been that I just basically just made a dense layer of them and deleted whichever ones didn't grow.
Mm.
um,
Oh gosh.
where like these days, let's see, uh, forest cylinder. What do I do? Radius first? Yes, I do. 8.1 oak. Let's see. Okay, that density's too low. Yeah, these days I just know that there's a brush to do it. I have to be pretty
Oh yeah.
careful though, because like the brush could get a little weird and it tries putting trees on top of trees. Yeah.
Because I think it was the same thing over on the lunar island where it was just kind of like a lot of trees in the back, but that's okay because I'm not going to put anything here. Which is why I think in the new one we just kind of on the back end of the crescent have the trees, and then just kind of the center to the front be where the town is instead of so half and half because it just looks kind of weird.
What are these wacky like
Maybe
ground
this.
level spruce trees that this is spawning? Weird.
Where? Oh.
Oh, I'm just testing different biomes because I'm curious whether or not there's like
Why is that such a big open space?
I'm curious whether or not there's like tall oak trees. Oh wait, big oak maybe? No.
I don't know. I mean, you have like the big oak that like kind of just monstrosity in the leaf area, but you don't really have like I don't think there's like giant oak like there's giant spruce or dark oak even.
Yeah. Oh wait, there it is. Is that it? Large oak?
Warp fungus.
Yeah, I can put some of these in. Where it like prioritizes making.
Yeah, I guess those are big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't entirely know why this brush is like making these weird like ground level ones, but whatever. I can
Yeah.
use that. Yeah, so I mean I'll probably like in the middle of forests try to prioritize the taller oak trees. And like because then you can get some pretty good coverage, but it's still like I mean like here where I've just put like a whole plethora of them. You can walk through it even with as many as I've put down. And
right.
Except
Couldn't
for
really do that in some of the other areas. Even the jungle can be kind of dense in some areas.
yeah. Oh gosh, some of the saplings are growing.
This desert's just there. It's just so small.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one because the desert I actually don't feel like I need to do too much craziness terraforming it, but it's just gonna be like just putting jungle trees everywhere is just gonna be a whole process. I don't even remember how exactly I made the jungle. It was probably the same general way I made the other forests, but imagine how annoying this probably was, where I was just putting down saplings. I probably had to manually grow all of these specific jungle trees and then do all the other saplings. Like, what a pain that probably was.
And it's so small. Like, again, I go back to it and I'm like, oh, this was so big. It's like, it's really not. Like, everything's just kind of small, and it's not like a slam or anything. Because
Well,
again,
it's
I
funny
still
because I
I
like
fly through this and like it's so nice, but I walk it over and it's just it's not much distance.
it
It's
actually
like one
is.
of because
Oh, oh, I was gonna say it's
that's the
legitimate.
weird thing because I'm go ahead.
It's funny because it's legitimately like surprising to me going back to this and realizing like I'm having the same reaction of like, huh, you used to be bigger.
Right, and that's what I was gonna say. It's like when I first got it, it's like, this is so big and so like specific, and because I'm putting in buildings and it's taking me a while. And I'm like, this is great. Now that it's first off it's finished, and second off I have like the greater render distance, like the illusion of there being like, there's a distance here. It's like, no, I can see the end of this. It's just kind of there, you know. It isn't very, what have you, and so.
Let me just undo the experiment. Oh, interesting.
Why did
Mushrooms
I know
count.
ring the bell? There we go.
Mushrooms count as trees, and there's a mushroom here. That's so weird. Sorry, I got rid of the mangrove tree, but technically, I guess the roots don't count as logs.
Interesting.
So it's just
well, yeah,
the
I think they're. Yeah, it's definitely weird.
Look how tall this mushroom is. Holy moly!
What was the purpose of this? Is this the dock? Is this their dock? No, it would be behind the hut, not over there.
Funny because even
Yeah,
though I have
dock.
other
What's that
coffees,
then?
I need to keep this pure.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh gosh, I didn't get rid of the saplings. 1 second, I need to get rid of the saplings. They're growing. Get gone.
I just put a little building here. It's like 4 by something. It's not very big, but it's just kind of there.
But yeah, let me go back to the other map. Also, awkwardly, I might need to.
Because that was my original thought was like, when Crab gets, I'll just kind of port the cities and like add to it. And I'm looking at these cities like these cities are pathetic. These cities are not good. Like I can maybe, and again, I want to make the buildings probably a little bigger because these houses are not very big or designed. I just kind of like, building, no thought to room. It's all symmetry because goodness gracious, I'd have trouble being asymmetrical sometimes.
Man,
it's like houses.
I honestly want to try to add like a little pond and lake here to give you your Kauai Bridge location.
The Kauai Bridge. It has to narrow down to like 4 blocks wide, so it can be.
I mean, yeah, honestly, I don't have to make it that big. So yeah, I think I can have the waterfall probably come out like over here, branch a bit into that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. And again, this is the opportunity that we can kind of afford, like going through and looking at this stuff. Probably when you're a little closer to being done with it, when you've done all of the shaping and all the biome work and all the,
Oh, this technically counts as shaping and biome work. So I'm just gonna put.
Wow, that's true.
But
it's like just finding little things that we.
River. Hopefully I remember.
And now I can make the sign pink too.
Oh yeah, the sign can turn.
They have other. Yeah. Do they have other color signs now?
1 second, I gotta redo the sign.
They do. Yeah, I can have a pink cherry sign, whereas before and cherry wood fence and stairs. I mean, I don't know. The white quartz stairs kind of make it a little bit more Valentine-y. And I have like, I'll use cherry wood for that instead of pink wool. The Quietus Bridge will live again. What's the?
So let's see. What else can I show you?
The Badlands and Volcano. Yeah. I know you were working on.
Yeah, I know.
I saw you working on that. I just didn't see it like up close or anything.
Right. Recently I finished doing some of the rest of these cliffs. It's just like going over random things I have done.
Yeah, I kind of saw a lot of those as you were flying around, and I was like, oh, I kind of just like that.
Right. I think last time
it just adds a little bit of topography to the otherwise very flat map.
I
So
might
it's
have,
like outside of the two mountains that it's like, hey, I want you to put these mountains here, and you did. Like everything else was just flat, which like that's just how it was. Yeah, I saw you making this cave last week.
I may have gone a little far, but I like it.
I may have gone a little far in some places.
I think so. Like the fact that you
I
have
think it looks good
the fact that you are gonna have like a campground like here.
in the
It,
middle.
I
Yeah.
feel like this area is probably like, I mean, honestly, this is just like fantasy campground land in general. Just
Well, yeah, actually, yeah. Oh, I
you've
will
got
have one
like
there because I don't think.
you've
Did
got
I
like
have one? Did
a,
I have one on the original map? Like
yeah.
the MS Paint one? Because I don't think I didn't really put one in. I don't think in this one again, just because it was kind of small. Like the back end of that mountain range, I had like a little like, oh, here's some just kind of like
Yeah, you've
ritzy
got
houses.
on the MS Paint
But
one, you've got the areas around that little pond near the mountain circled with camp.
I mean, where is that? Is that I think
Bottom
here?
right.
Go to it on that map where you're in.
Oh, what? Huh?
Because here's the. Let me
Oh yeah,
see
you
here.
you don't
Where's
have
the
any like
cave?
space for it. I don't think on the
Yeah,
small
no, I'm
map.
looking at. Yeah, no, it's two bridges. It's two bridges. I mean, I guess I could kind of like there could have been something that kind of went here, but yeah, there's no space. That oh god, just looking at the two next to each other, it's like this is just so much bigger than
Right. So like you can imagine where I'm like, oh, you can actually fulfill part of your map that you couldn't before, where it's just like
excellent.
this is
Another 20
so
years of construction.
right because this
Fantastic.
is like so much space that you can put like a camp in this sort of area, and it's exactly where it is on the MS Paint one too. It's like a happy accident that there's like
Right?
flat land there.
Because that was
Um,
also part of the thing is I gave it to you, you made it, and it's like, I make stuff and I'm like, there's not really room for an airport here or, a campground here or a golf course here or whatever else I was just like mindlessly thinking of. And again, like some of that stuff, it's like, yeah, there's an airport that they go to in some of in like one of the chapters, whatever. So yeah, there is an airport somewhere in this island, but it's like, I don't think I ever did a golf episode. I think I might have had an idea for a golf episode. Oh, here, yeah, I have my little idea booklet in my desk still from high school when I did this. Let's see, do I have any kind of golf story here?
isn't that a game?
What?
Golf Story or something? I don't know.
Golf story?
I swear
Here's
there's like a
cave story.
yeah. Is that a thing? I feel like there were like a bajillion golf RPGs that like came out. Like, we're not RPGs, just golf games.
Probably. Oh yeah.
Or wait. Oh wait, no, wait. There's
Some of these ideas are so stupid.
yeah. There's
uh,
there's definitely an RPG called Golf Story.
baseball.
Wait, wasn't there like a Steven Universe like thing? Did somebody make that based on the Steven Universe bit?
The Olympics. It's not how to spell politician at all.
Oh man.
I mean, I don't spell great now. Like, I can usually tell when a word's misspelled, but back in high school, oh goodness gracious, I had a lot more items that or ideas that I just never did. Really? That was really? Wow. Well, that was probably one of the last chapters or stories I ever wrote. Oh, some like coffee spillage or something on these pages, or let's see if I can separate these without.
Such a shame, the coffee habit ruining history.
I don't even. Yeah. Oh gosh, I don't know what this is that's spilled on my notebook. Could be anything. It adds character, I suppose.
Yeah, anything that's old enough needs to have like a coffee stain.
Oh, excellent! Here's random numbers that make no sense.
Ah,
What are
yes,
these numbers?
the code.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? I don't even know. That's well, that's multiplication there. So Maybe this had to do with like, I don't know, population maybe? I couldn't tell you. Emblems.
There's always just sand under everything on this island. What have I done?
How did this happen?
I have like a way of like fixing it maybe, but yeah, it's gonna be a thing. I don't need to do it, but part of me always desires it.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
Because like one of the things I can do is I can do, what is it? So global mask under stone, and then I can do like brush sphere stone 32 mask sand. No, that's over stone. Under stone. I don't know. Maybe that worked.
I wonder if villager AI is better nowadays than it used to be, where they'll actually like stay around their bed. Do you know?
Oh,
do they?
Oh yeah,
do
they
that
like
more faithfully.
they completely like revamped villagers. They have like
I know they
crazy
did.
AI.
Like, okay, that's good because I remember. I don't think I ever tried it on this map, but I remember one of my earlier like Minecraft worlds, which you edited like also again because I remember
What
I
did I do? I
originally
don't
made it.
remember. What did I
But
do?
so this was like one of my earlier like my first real like creative map. Fun World is what I called it. And I was like trying to remember because I was like looking through my old maps. I was like, okay, I remember this being Fun World 2. Why was it Fun World 2? And why did I have Crab edit it? I'm like, oh, that's right, because when I created Fun World, I set it to extreme biomes or whatever.
One second. Somebody say something? Oh, okay, sorry. I thought somebody was calling my name. Okay, continue, sorry.
Because when I made Fun World 1, I clicked like extreme biomes or like super big biomes or whatever that option was for just like the big size biomes. And so I was just like, which again, I don't know why that bothered me so much since it was a creative world and I was just making things. But it was like everything was so far from each other. And I was like, could you just edit everything close? And you're like, sure. And you just like slapped it into a new world. And I was just going through that town, which I remember again, like my first creative town ever, and I'm like looking at it, I go, wow, I've not only come a long way, this is also not a very big town. Like, which again, neither are the ones in this map, but
it's funny how little I
I've done
remember
most of them
of
twice.
old things. Man,
Well, of course, like you didn't spend nearly as much time in it that I did.
Yeah, like, well, I guess the thing that this sort of memory lane is like a little funny for me, is I just did so much random Minecraft stuff between like the years like 2010 and 2013. I feel like is the range.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well,
or
still kind of new then.
yeah, but it just like it was just like every new project, any like weird little request from a friend or whatever else. It's a little funny
Right.
to think back just how hyperactive I was with projects.
Yeah, I have this house here. I remember
And yet
this
I
house
never
specifically.
finished anything.
Yeah, you finished the map for me.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. I never finished any of my own projects. Might be the more accurate thing to say.
No, that's fair.
Everything always got into like beta, and then either the game would break or I would take a break and would never come back to it.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's like all kinds of things, everything ranging from custom maps to mini games to
Mm-hmm.
I even
Yeah,
wanted to start making like machinimas.
I still have what was it called? I still have Rapid Castle Guard
Oh gosh.
in my folder here.
There's like an occasion
it's at the very
where
bottom, but
there's like an occasion where I want to go and fix that. But it's just like there's also the occasion of like How hard would it be to just make a game? Probably very hard, but
I
maybe
mean,
better time spent.
but the thing is, most of these houses are just empty. Like I just made them, did no interior work, no like walls or anything. They're just big open houses with virtually no interior work. And I think that's what I'm gonna like challenge myself to do when I get this one finished. Is I'm just gonna go like, all right, I'm gonna build a house. I'm gonna plan it out a lot better. I'm gonna like, make actual rooms, make an actual floor layout because I just make it slap windows at a somewhat symmetrical pace from each other with no thought of like there might be a bathroom here where this giant window is. Like, where are you gonna put the bathroom in this house? Like, it's like, hey, I'm taking a poo, looking at my neighbor mowing his lawn. Like, the
I
reality
uh,
of it is like,
I feel like so I've been doing a lot of like house searching recently,
mm-hmm.
and I feel like there's an unfortunate sense of relation to the why is it designed this way with houses, and I feel like I shouldn't have to relate to that considering what you're describing.
I
So-
live
Some
I live on the
houses are
coast.
weird.
Well, I live on the coast. I live in a coastal town, and
Also,
um,
hello, Thomas.
a lot of the houses are just really small. Like I live on campus of where I work, and it's just kind of a cobbled together of a lot of old buildings. And I lived in some of those for a while, just like it was, an old motel or whatever that they just kind of turned into housing. And it's like I don't understand like the thought process behind these rooms because they're all so weird and varied from each other. Also, like, we've done work in them since acquiring them, so there's that too. But it's just like they're so small, which yes, for a hotel room that's fine, but like living in them. But then you like walk around some of the other houses like that either we own or you just see around town. It's like these also look pretty small because like I don't think any of the buildings here have basements like because
Mm.
there's no underground. Like it's a beach town. Like you're probably not going to have the most stable ground to work with. But like I don't know of any buildings that have. Not that I've been in very many houses in town. Like hey, what's in here? Like somebody lives here, but it's like these houses just aren't very big. And it's crazy because but perspective again. You know,
Brush was I
not that
using?
my house was like massive growing up, but it was fairly sizable compared to this or that. It had rooms, separate rooms. So, gosh, I don't know. I might have to like tone down my block choices too, because sometimes I just like, yes, and over here we have a wonderful house that has like a obsidian base with dark oak planks or dark oak um, trunk. It's not called trunk. It's a log and spruce planks and some smooth stone, and that looks very nice, very professional. And then over here we have a orange, cyan, and purple nightmare monstrosity made of red sandstone bricks, the prismites, and the purple blocks.
You
Because
can just make it canon by implying that there's no homeowners association on the island.
I mean, it's yeah, like it's kind of it because the whole idea is like I though, but like we're like this high tech island where we're like experimenting with different kinds of like technologies and living conditions. So it's like there is like everything's kind of like secretly government owned. Like it's kind of like guinea pigging everybody doesn't really think about it, but like it's like why would this house look like this? Well, because naturally I just want to make the houses look different from each other. So I'm gonna just use an amalgamation of all the different like super crazy blocks that happen and see what I like. And that'll maybe be something where I just fly through and go, okay, which of these houses actually look good in combination with each other? Which one of these have, because it's like, oh yeah, of course, orange and blue and white have an aesthetic color wheel like design, but for a house, probably not.
Yeah, usually it comes down to a mixture, like when actually like coloring a house, I guess. It comes down to a mixture of both picking your palette and picking it based on like what's the trim, what's the walls, like stuff like that. Plus Minecraft makes it a
Right.
little bit more complicated because oftentimes
The
like
blocks are just so big.
Yeah, and unless you've got like a lot of space to work with, you're often gonna have that issue of the interior colors are going to be the exterior colors.
Oh yeah,
So it's like really
yeah.
easy to lean more towards something that's like natural, like log cabin colors and designs. But
Which again,
when
because I never really was focusing much on the interior at all, because I wouldn't do anything with them. It just was like, I'll do something with them later, and I never did. Instead of going through and being like, let's make interior design for all my buildings, I was like, let's just destroy them all and build them again. One of these things is, I don't know, it's just whatever. But hey, look, I put a fireplace in this one. That's nice. That's all that's in there, but
wow, you can
I
put
actually use
heating on the
campfire.
listing for that house.
That's all it has. It's a big open. It's an open concept with a fireplace. A nice open concept. I think this fireplace also just goes up to the second floor. Oh no, it doesn't. Excellent.
I'm rapidly reloading shaders by accident.
Oops.
Um, but anyway, going around more of the island
I like
for
that
you
house.
real
I
quick.
might use that for something. Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I like.
you wanted to
Yeah, I like
see
the height.
up close some of the Badlands over here. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Cliffs, and
Yeah, I
so
like those cliffs.
yeah, so this
The beach.
area is the one you wanted like the dark oak biome. So we've got kind of like a
Yeah.
hilly, just kind of basic hilly thing, a couple ponds, nothing crazy until we get the
Mm-hmm.
trees. We'll see
Yeah.
how that uh, comes along once you do it. So that I guess that got a little bit of the hilliness you wanted. I really like the transition into the Badlands.
Mm. Mm.
And so one thing I should note,
Yeah.
I'm planning on doing
What's
an
that?
huh? What this?
What was that up in the
This
sky?
uh what the palette for
Oh, is that what that is? Oh, that's
yeah,
cool.
it's a palette for later. I was gonna add
Ah.
down here. I was gonna add another like
Oh.
thing sort of related to the volcano.
Oh.
Kind of like
Oh, I
if I
see.
fly really quick over to the other side of the island. Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot. There's no such thing as flying really quickly over to the other side of the island. Oh my
Not anymore.
gosh. Holy moly. I forgot how long this would take. But now I'm committed.
Hey, look, it makes me feel good. I can look at it and go like, wow,
Yeah,
I could
there's
probably fly over to that point where he started from, fly over to the other part of the island by the time he makes it over to that part of the island. No, not quite, but
yeah, so the palette is these that I have
ooh.
in
Ah.
I remember when I like made this
Ah.
like way too early into doing the streams cuz I was just like I really want to try making one of these biomes and just did it.
I don't know if I remember you making this one. Maybe I do.
Yeah, like half of the island was still like untouched basically.
I'm
And
just gonna go in the ocean and spend 15 years like doing
I
that.
basically unironically, yes. That took forever to do. It was funny. I
Hey, I
guess
get
while I'm over
it.
here, so yeah, again, I just have to do the biome colors and add the mangroves and trees.
Ah,
So
yes.
we've got.
Yes,
What
that's
the?
where this is going to
Why
be.
is there just dirt?
Excellent.
Whatever. Yeah, your castle, which kind of has like a semi moat. Somewhat interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Fantastic.
so funny enough, I realized. So you wanted me to redo this area into instead of desert into savanna, and I've realized
Hmm.
besides the river, doing some sand on the edges of the river, like I just have to turn the grass that I turned to sand back into grass, and like I don't have to do anything here. I just have to add trees later. Like
Pretty
I was like,
much.
oh yeah, this is one of those like last few things I have to work on. Then I like come over here. I'm like, it's gonna just like take a couple minutes. There's nothing to do over here. I'm so close to actually being done the terraforming. It's kind of crazy. Um,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, while I have people in chat, I should note I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I forgot that there's things and stuff. Um, but yeah, so the Badlands.
Yes,
Why
yes.
is there's coal? 1 second.
Interesting.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so the one thing that I'm actually curious about, if I look at the map, and I didn't think about this much when I was kind of going a little ham on building this, um, all of your like different versions of the map include a city next to the volcano,
Right.
and there's so much space here, so you probably can just put the city here if you wanted.
Yeah, it'll probably be a little distant from the volcano now, but that's okay.
Especially for the city goers, it's probably okay. Um,
Right.
but part of me almost was curious whether you would like attempt to build something in the Badlands,
I don't know.
because I mean
Maybe
technically there is like flat space. It would be
there
weirdly
is.
built into the like the walls and stuff.
Like,
Um,
the I mean, I already had that with
yeah, the
the
other
jagged mountain area. It's not
right.
so
So this
jagged
almost
anymore, but
yeah, this
whatever.
almost replaces like if you wanted like little bridges and or like mine shaft kind of things going between, this almost
Right?
replaces some of that maybe. But
We'll see.
yeah. But yeah, this area was definitely quite
Yeah, because in the old one, the town is like right next to the volcano. Like the nearest building to the base of the volcano is like, let me count the blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
okay.
14, 15,
So it's like
16,
60.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21 blocks
Wow.
from the volcano, which I mean, I don't know if this ever happened, but I was just like, there'll be a chapter where Fingers accidentally like sets the volcano off and destroys the town, or that's the threat anyway. I mean, I suppose if you're, um 60 meters from the volcano, it doesn't matter when it goes off, that town is gone.
Right. This maybe this makes the plot a little bit more writable?
Hey, we have some response time considering that our base is at the other opposite end of the island from the volcano. It's like, get into the car. Never mind, it's gone. Whole town destroyed.
Like I
Even just
could
being in that close proximity to the lava flow, it's like, yeah, that house is probably just gonna burn one day. Like, oops.
I guess the funny thing though, if you keep the idea of the Badlands as like part of the story elements, I could almost see if it's like if it doesn't feel like it makes sense how far away it is, you could almost like imply like one of these like regular Badlands pillars just like pops off like a volcano. But
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I
I
mean the
mean, this is
volcano
this
going
this
off is
this is the
probably going
comic
to
series that has no
rain.
real rules. It's just kind of the unhinged whatever,
Fingers turns the
story.
entire Badlands into a field of volcanoes.
Right? It's just like, and they all exploded.
Something
I created a
gorillas.
machine that just liquefies the rocks into magma instantaneously and sets off a chain reaction to, uh, I don't know, for no other purpose than shenanigans. And it's kind of the thing too, because it's like the original concept was just like, Fingers is being diabolical, and it eventually just realistically turned to Fingers is just kind of an idiot that just does things and they happen and we have to stop him. And it's like, there's no malicious intent. He's just a doofus that hears about an idea on TV and he just does it.
So
And
like I
that's
get the
that's
idea that your character there is basically like one like uh what would you describe it, like an idiot genius?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just like,
a doof.
you know, yeah, it's like, um, you know, the social the actual like awareness is just so low, but for plot reasons he can just whip up something. Because I'd have to like, oh, where's my laptop? I have a few chapters transposed there. Where's my laptop? Oh, hold on a second.
He's gone. Actually, while
I
he's
have
looking,
to remember the
oh, actually, okay.
the context in which it was written, because that's the thing, is his brother is an actual genius, and so, you know,
Oh, we're doing one of those.
so, you know, he has all of these contraptions just kind of laying around, and Fingers just picks one up and ha ha, like the cloning device that I had commissioned or whatever, or some dumb nonsense, or like, I ordered a Bowflex off of an infomercial and used it for 3 minutes and got super buff.
Okay, I'm getting the kind of shenanigans now.
Let me see.
So more so that he's like just functional enough to like use all of these complex devices.
Yeah,
but doesn't
because it's
have
like,
any of the actual genius.
right, and I think, because again, I'm writing these stories in like middle school, high school originally. Initially, I just kind of did it for myself, and then I got two friends that thought they were the funniest things ever, and then would feed me ideas, and that I would go along with it. And it's just like, again, I read through them and go, yeah, this is definitely somebody in high school writing nonsense. Um, okay, originals direct. I was like, so I went in with the idea, I'm going to go and take my stories. I'm going to transpose them onto my computer, like type them up verbatim. That was my original thing. And then I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this because my writing has not only improved since I was 14, but just like, because I'd have really quirky writing habits, aside from not being able to spell anything correctly, which I believe this very first chapter I did do. Um, I had this habit of, gosh, this is painful to look at. um, yeah, I had this habit of occasionally, more times than not, just using a capital G as opposed to a lowercase g, like even in the middle of a word,
I feel like
because
you
that's
might
just
have
how I would write
mentioned
it.
this recently.
Yeah, yeah. Um, and so like some words like don't, but some of them do, and oh gosh, it hurts to look at. Everything is so just terribly spelled. It's a nightmare.
He has to
But
translate
like,
the ancient texts.
right? Um, but Fingers can like operate. They have like a private jet that he just knows how to fly somehow. Like maybe it has some kind of like autopilot. That would make
See,
sense.
I,
Again,
I like to imagine it's the kind of thing where you've just got inexplicable like skills that he has.
that's kind of
Yeah.
just that's just kind of the thing, because it's like, naturally he has to do this. Yeah, because I wrote this one where it was like, one day I was relaxing in a hammock when I looked up in the sky and saw something hideous, and it's like, oh, Fingers built a rocket. That's nuts. And then it explodes, and it's like, how did he do it? What kind of a rocket was it? You know, what feasible? And then he's like, I want a space station, and he just builds like a Death Star tier space station in like 5 minutes. And yeah, that happens. Who knows? But Let me see here.
I guess you can explain away anything that he actually does ever learn how to do with him learning it from some kind of like online course or something.
That's pretty much how he again, like I said, I have this story, and it's one that I still love, and I'm gonna have to tweak it a bit, but it's like he's just watching TV, and a Bowflex infomercial comes on, and he just like takes his sister-in-law's credit card and rents it for like a unreasonable amount of time, uses it for like 5 minutes, gets jacked, goes and tries to mess with people, gets hit with a debuff ray, goes back to being, you know, fingers, just like regular whatever, and it's like so crazy. Let me see here.
I'm thinking to myself, yeah, is the rule of this character is that they can do anything so long as they waste money to do it?
That is kind of a running joke. Is he steals his sister-in-law's credit card because she's like this con artist kind of character. So I think the joke kind of became she'd run these like small-scale cons, but then Fingers would steal her credit card, rack up the debt. She'd never adjust the credit limit on it for whatever reason, so always in debt. So then she'd have to invent bigger and bigger schemes and scams to pay off the credit card debt. But it was just this never-ending cycle.
Oh my gosh.
Um,
I definitely get
see.
the sort of Saturday morning cartoon just fun.
Oh, absolutely. It's just, you know, because it was just like, I'm just gonna write this 2-page handwritten 400 or 500 word story for my two dingus friends that, like, because we're in high school, we're all just dinguses, and they're like, oh, it's funny, and it's like, yeah, it is. I look back on it, it's like, some concepts are funny, but like, again, I've written other stuff. I focus on editing and like cohesion, and it's like, sure, of course, there's something to be said for just randomness and a goof, funny. But a lot of it, it's like, let me see. Formatting on this chapter's not what I usually do. I don't like it. I don't do double space anymore.
Oh no.
It was made out of an old garbage can with fireworks strapped to it. I would have been surprised if it didn't blow up. Yeah, so that's the explanation, is he just found a garbage can and strapped some fireworks to it, and that was his rocket, and it just blows up the instant he like takes off in it. That's like
One second. Do I have
and I feel like
give
but essentially it just works off of, will this scheme either like place a financial burden on Mooch or make his brother more mentally unstable? Like, what's the end goal of this scheme? It's just kind of nonsensical, and I don't know when I'll get back into working on this, considering my other comic is just what I've been focusing on, and every time I attempt to rework this one, it just I just don't feel it. And I don't know, maybe having a shiny new island to reinvest myself in might help a little bit. I don't know.
We're getting there. I guess the interesting thing about like writing your own story or making your own sort of world building, I think a lot of us get addicted to the actual like world building aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Is it's also sometimes allowed to just write other stories and other characters that are meant to like exist in this same existence.
Mm-hmm.
That can be like a kind of way that to like remotivate you on like working on like the original or to make use of ideas that you're just not like sure if you'd get to or whatever else.
Right. Well, that was
So
also the problem too. Is I had I'm looking at it because originally I was like, oh yeah, I wrote in these like, you know, school binders. I had like 5 of them filled out with stories, 160 odd 2-page stories, and it's like because that was my limit because I'm like, well, just keeps things simple. I'm just gonna write all of them at this size. And I'm looking at it like I want to try to save as much of this as possible. And again, like I said, it's the mind of a high schooler who doesn't know how to write well. So naturally, most of it's just going to be not good. It's like even conceptually, it's kind of out there.
right.
So like I had one chapter or I had one story where it was like Fingers gets a haircut. He looks like Elvis now, and you just have a bunch of weird Elvis jokes, and that's the story. There's no plot. There's nothing. It was
Oh,
it was an objectively
Yeah.
terrible chapter. But then I turned it into and I will keep this revision. It turned into yes. Well, yeah, I probably won't keep it exactly since the world is its own now. It doesn't take place on Earth. It takes place on a fictional planet. So, whatever. But the idea was it changed to there's this Elvis impersonator contest that used to happen every year. But for the past few years, like some sort of not really tragic tragedy would happen at them. And it would befuddle the police, and so they withheld it for a few years, but now it's back, and they're all worried that something's going to happen. So, in order to flesh out the perpetrator after several failed attempts, they just get Fingers, dress him up as an Elvis impersonator, and then he just gets gets hit. He just gets hit by a car and flown back over to his house or whatever because he just has like rubber ball mechanics where he just can't. Because in universe he he obtained Uber Blubber, which was just like this super special secret scientific like fleshy armor that just cannot be destroyed, and so he pretty much just became invincible, say to the effects of Mooch's butcher knives, which were made of a specific material that could cut through it, of course. Of course. And so he pretty much just became invincible. He even had, there was one story where he was trying to take like diving lessons, but he couldn't submerge himself into the water. He would just float there. So he moves the Eiffel Tower over by the ocean and then like jumps off of it. But he still doesn't submerge. He bounces off of the planet so hard it causes it to go out of alignment. And so we have to put it back. And that's the story. And it's just one of those things. It's like it's so dumb, but I feel like if you can work, that's the thing. If you can accept the dumbness on some of these concepts, then we can make it work.
Right, yeah,
to
like
some degree.
I mean sometimes dumb is just what you need.
It's the self-awareness aspect of it. It's like, does this work? No. Does it make sense in universe? Not really. But if you don't really acknowledge that and just work with it, just kind of roll with it, I don't know, it kind of works. But again, what I'm planning on doing with the series, I don't know, because why is there a cartography table out here? That's a weird thing to see.
Oh, making maps.
I'm just going to leave it so I can confuse myself later. But that was the thing. I'm like, like I'm going to set up the lore and use all these, this and that and all this, and I'm looking at it again after I started working on it. One of the last times I tried to reboot it, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I still have too many characters that will amount to nothing, because I had all of these separate teams that they existed for a one-off gag, or because the friends were like, hey, do this, incorporate me into the story this way. And I was like, okay, sure, you can get your own team. Because I had a friend, he wanted to work on his own stories and he wanted me to write them. And it was going to be like some kind of joint project with a bunch of his other friends, and they were going to record it, and it was going to be like this whole thing. And just due to like scheduling issues and all this stuff, nothing ever came about it. But I was just like, well, I'll just kind of include that in my universe and just kind of like have it live there. And again, I was like, there's no point in having these characters because now I have these characters inside this universe, and I have to create a whole separate like villain team for them to deal with because again, Fingers is like his own entity, and then this other team of villains is like its own entity, and then this other one is like, not serious again, comic, and it's just like I have too many characters in this universe
Gotta
that
like trim the fat, yeah.
right, because like half of them are pointless and don't really matter. Like, and some of them can just kind of exist separately or be like, it's like I don't have to have this team. And I might have this idea still where it was like, ah, yes, Finger Shenanigans, like, puts off all of these like separate individual people and they come together in this like Legion of Doom thing because they just all hate Fingers because he just messed with them or caused them. Yeah. And so then they try to like, deal with him in some kind of Saturday morning cartoon villain way. And again, his just obliviousness, he just kind of defeats them in some way.
Like, I guess you have enough for like some amount of villain of the week format mixed in.
Where right, and like, again, it is very, Saturday morning cartoon where originally, like, there was very little in the way of continuity. Like, yeah, there were events that happened or like concepts like, oh yes, Fingers just gets the Death Ooze, which is this, Death Star thing in the shape of his head that he just got because he wanted it. And it just keeps getting blown up. Like either self-destruct button or like something blows it up. And it just, next week it's back because why not? It's there.
Yeah, like, the funny thing thinking about what you're describing here is the reality that your protagonist seems to be the antagonist.
Well, that's the thing. Fingers is not actually the protagonist.
Well, yeah, I guess
of the story. There's a whole other team that is kind of originally the main protagonistic force, and Fingers was more of the antagonistic force, like Fingers and Mooch, because she's like this con artist thing and would do all these kind of on the line illegal activities, and then it was just kind of like, well, or they can just be, again, doofuses that get into trouble. They're not like evil, right? They're just,
I mean, Fingers himself is weird. Just a force of nature more than anything.
Yeah, essentially, like, and this has made it into the most recent like revision where like the main team meets him. They're like, ah, yes, we're checking out a disturbance coming from the jungle up here, and Fingers just bought this karaoke machine and like super speaker system and is just tone deafly singing nonsense. And then the team shows up, the sniper shoots around through the device, and then Fingers goes ballistic and like activates the treehouse's like defense system because he can do that because he was left home unattended. And so there's nobody there to stop them until his brother and sister-in-law show up.
Actual monkey noises.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, he doesn't make actual monkey noises. He just kind of goes. That's kind of his battle cry. But
it's kind of funny because I feel like monkeys are like universally considered funny for people. So you are, you almost don't need to like try that hard. You are sitting on a gold mine of monkey funny.
Well, again, the whole genesis of this, it goes back because again, this is an evolution of essentially all of the human characters were just like me and my friends at the time.
Yeah.
Or people that I knew. And then all of the animal characters are just all based on the Beanie Babies we had as a kid.
Oh gosh, like, yeah. I mean,
brother.
That's like, yeah, that kind of stuff's very.
And then all the robots are like my Bionicle creations. So it's just that like amalgam of childhood, whatever I have on the shelf, let's just pull it down and throw it in a story. That's kind of where it all came from. And again, I'd like I remember when I was in the, I want to say fourth grade. Yeah, I was like midway through fourth grade for Christmas. I got this laptop computer for Christmas. Um, and the first thing that I did with it, I got home, I turned it on, and I was like, I wonder if this thing has a microphone built into it. So I open up the sound recorder and I start talking, and the little wavy bar starts moving, and I'm like, it does. I'm just gonna start talking. I'm gonna grab my stuffed animals and I'm gonna do different voices for them, and we're gonna have a 10-year-old talking into a microphone with his stuffed animals show.
Which, like, for me, this is like almost kind of nostalgic to hear this kind of thing, because me and my brother did this kind of thing for a little bit, but we never we never saved any of the stuff from it, I don't think. So it's like you've got that sort of legacy that I'm like, I guess I'm missing out on, you could say.
Well, here's the legacy of it. The legacy is if somebody accidentally stumbles upon those recordings, they're going to have to disappear from the face of the earth. Like, that's how it's gonna work. So, because they're bad, they're cringe. I mean, I'm 10, whatever, but
they're always cringe.
It's like,
they're always.
It just kind of evolved from that. Like, my brother and I would just like do random stuff, and then like 5th, 6th grade, I kind of started like writing some little stories about it. And then again, kind of later on, I kind of was like, oh, I'll do this and kind of make it. And that's the thing, is I look at the original ones. It's like, yes, the original TSA, the top secret agents, like that group, which I have to rename, of course, because I can't have a group called the TSA because that already exists, unfortunately. And top secret agents is very much a 12-year-old 10, 11, 12-year-old like recess school, like, yes, we're the TSA or whatever, top secret agents.
Kids next door,
Yeah, right, except they were like unreasonably clever with their anagrams.
True. I mean, yeah.
Or
have to
not an anagram. I was what's it starts with an A. Acronym. That's what it is. Acronym. So, just kind of renaming some stuff, but it was like, yes, here's me, the main character, and here are my friends, except these friends on the team, they have no like self. They all have the same personality, and that personality is saying things that make my ego look nice and big and good. Like, you could take those first like chapters and just essentially change the names of any of the 3 other people on the TSA, and it wouldn't matter. They all just sound the same, because their whole existence is to look incompetent while making myself insert look competent, because I'm 12, 13, 14, don't know how to write. I'm also, writing a fan fiction in high school, except it's about my life. I mean, not really, but...
Gold in chat says, Codename Kids Next Door has probably used backronyms. Because you can basically assume they made the acronym and then figured out what it meant.
I mean, yeah, probably. Like, it was always creative on that, but...
Yeah, I guess that is probably a pretty good way to go about it, just because just easier to actually get, like, good results, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, says Crabbob.
Also,
that's kind of the...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And that's kind of the fun thing I want to do with one of the chapters, is because you always have like these stories where it's like, yes, here we have the anti-dimension or whatever, the photo negative dimension where everything is like flipped on its head. Right. And I want to do that, but essentially what's going to happen in that is, instead of everybody who's good just being evil, it's effectively going to be everybody in the story is just going to be... Everybody in that universe is just going to be like their original concept persona.
Oh.
It's just so wildly different from how it comes. So like the 3 other TSA members are just going to be like blithering idiots that have no like personality separated from each other. Um, Fingers is still pretty much going to be Fingers. Congo, instead of being brilliant, he just makes monkey noises. That's all he really was. He just makes monkey noises. Mooch was originally like an alcoholic.
Oh.
Yeah. It's just like, yes, I drink beer, and Fingers has a refrigerator in his stomach kept under guard from the Uber blubber that I must use my butcher knives to cut him open to get to this refrigerator that has like the world's best beer in it.
Oh my.
As you know, the mind of a 14-year-old has.
Teenager.
Yeah, and then like one of my friends who listens to the stories is like, mom's like, I think that's inappropriate. I'm like, okay, I'll change it then. She drinks soda instead, which I think adds kind of more to the comedy aspect of it, that she just kind of like has extreme ADHD instead, and drinks soda, and I worked that into the lore. Well, and then Fingers just he didn't have the refrigerator in his stomach. I don't think he ever had that in the original, like, actual written stories. And it was just like a weird concept that we like had. And so it's just a bunch of like really weird stuff.
So,
and it's like,
going back to an early thing for just a second, you were mentioning that it doesn't like take place in like the real world anymore. It's its own kind of universe.
Right, because I'm just kind of like, I think it's for the best in like the stories if I could just avoid that kind of concept. Is like, if I have a little bit more creative freedom with this nonsensory than if I just do this or that.
So the fun part is that's like kind of relatable because yeah, like the stuff me and Gold do, where a lot of our like game concepts actually are implied to be the same world, just like different locations on a planet called Polycentura. And so the one funny thing of it all is that the one thing we allow ourselves, or like maybe there'll be like one or two instances of this, but the one for sure that I have just like fully allowed is any references to France. France is just it just exists. Somewhere there is just a France, and it's like, it doesn't matter which game, which part of the planet, people reference things from France. France exists. You can reference it. But the silly part about that specifically is that there is a specific joke that Gold wanted to include.
So am I gonna get a skin in Great Gun Gauntlet with your little bot just having a mustache and a baguette? Like,
I don't think I'd go that far, but if there's ever like a text blurb referencing, yeah, just like France is basically the universal. This is like a foreign location. This is like a foreign language. Like, it just, yeah. But the silly thing is there was a joke that Gold wanted to include in one of the games if we ever get around to anything, where
I get that.
It's it was this kind of like silly conversation where at first I'm like, well, that's a reference to a real world location. I'm not sure, with us trying to have like our own sort of world and lore and everything, if that can work out. And then like shortly after, I'm like, wait a second, that's a reference to France. It's allowed. So, like, I guess you were talking about, like, Elvis a little while ago. And
right.
Just, like, yeah, you could probably get away with Elvis just inexplicably existing.
That's where he went. He didn't die. He went to another universe. That's it.
Right, yeah. It's like, I feel like one of the favorites is, like, Santa Claus is this almost, like, universal figure that just exists.
It's
which
fair.
Gets like really goofy and like superhero stuff because just the implication that he himself is like a super.
Right. He's usually like the most powerful inverse.
Right? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it gets really funny with stuff like that. But I need to use the restroom real quick. So if you want to get like a drink or anything, I'll be back in like a minute, 2 minutes.
I could use a bathroom break myself.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be
All
right
right.
back.
Sounds good.
Okay. And I am back. Full of I guess these legs are probably decent now. Looks even more like some kind of like weird dinosaur. I'm finding just using a tiny little circle brush does a just surprisingly good job for what I need to do.
Hey, all right, I'm back.
Hello, hello, everybody. But yeah, it can be pretty fun to just get like lost in the world building, or like the concepts, and then like never actually write anything. um, because like I mentioned Polycentura, and it's one of those things where the games will probably not really point out a lot of like the lore and stuff of like how the planet works and whatnot. It just kind of exists in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is that kind of thing where it's like I actually have been I really want to make like a essentially like a data book for it where it just like explains different
Mm-hmm.
mechanics and concepts I've had over the years.
Yeah.
Um but yeah, just fun world building experiment. But yeah, so you were talking about just having like too many characters and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, like, I mean, I guess it's not like the worst thing. Um, to have like
It
a
depends on what kind of story you're doing.
right. Well, it's not the worst thing for them to exist. I have a specific writing philosophy that you kind of want something like a pyramid shape in terms of like the priority characters get, where like at the top of the
Right.
pyramid is like your protagonist, the main focus character, or like the main three or so of them. But yeah, then you have like a couple like the secondary main characters, then the supporting cast, and then like side characters.
Well,
The pyramid
that's the
gets
problem.
yeah, the pyramid gets wider as it goes down, but like the important part is that the ones like at the bottom of the pyramid, you can have as basically as many of those as you want. You just can't give them too much focus each.
Right. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing with my other comic series because it started out it started out as essentially me being like, I'm gonna make the list of my 12 favorite Pokemon. I
Oh,
made my list of my 12 favorite Pokemon, and I was like, I'm just gonna go ahead and just give them little characteristics, names, personalities, etc. And then it came, well, I'm gonna make a fun little, just maybe we'll just do some fun little comic with this. My wife can just draw some goofy little stuff. We can have a little thing, and I was like, well, let's build in a storyline. Let's make it its own original thing because, like, Pokemon's kind of open ended. Like,
my bot just said
'cause
no.
well, he's wrong. Um, and then after coming up with like backstories and other concepts and all of this, my wife was like, well, you should like probably make this its own thing now. It's like, I
Right,
don't really want to.
yeah.
Like the whole Pokemon thing is like, yeah, but you've like really made this something. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And so then I had to effectively completely come up with my own world building because it's like, well, this is now takes place as its own thing. So I got to figure out how the characters work, how races work, how magic system works, how everything, of course. And I was very sporadic in my creation of it. Like, I have an idea
Yeah.
for a chapter that I'll kind of place here, maybe. And so it's just been a lot of back and forth, retconning, fixing, streamlining over the past few years of just stories and texts over thousands of pages, and it's like,
Everything always gets written
oh,
at least twice.
oh, easily. I mean, some chapters it's like, okay, the basic structure of this is okay. We just need to go in, clarify, clean up some sentences, make some people sound a little bit more unique and in character. Add this, that, or the other. Or some chapters I'll read through and go, that's not great. Let's just like rewrite it pretty much from scratch. Like we'll kind of keep basic flow and ideas. Sometimes they completely change, but or completely different concepts, which then of course affect things. Like I have to go through and I go, oh, that's no longer this way, and figure out what to
Yeah.
do with it.
Um
Patchwork, and then
Oh man. Gosh, that always gets me is the patchwork. And yet it's kind of fun though to like
oh yeah,
make just like the rules. Um I know making up like how magic systems work is something I really end up enjoying a lot of. Um
well,
how the
I had
creatures
to.
work.
Yeah, I had to be careful because I'm like, again, coming off of the Pokemon idea, the Pokemon concept is like, oh, Pokemon have different types. So, that magic system kind of revolves around like some level of elemental manipulation. So it's like that's the direction I want to go in is elemental manipulation, just again because of some of the Pokemon that I really liked and kind of wanted to keep the character similar to in a way, or the plot relevance depending on like storylines I had in my head. So I was like, okay, what kind of elements are we going to keep? Because it's like, what do we do? Because Pokemon has like what, like 18 types or something. Like, some of them a little bit more
Right.
abstract than other like bug or
Bug.
fairy. Not really an element per se, but
By the way,
I
just
still, I still to this day don't really understand the difference between a rock type Pokemon and a ground type Pokemon conceptually. Like,
oh yeah, I guess that is
how are they different?
huh.
I,
Yeah.
I don't understand. I've never understood that one.
By the way, just interrupting you real quick. For the jungle, is it like fine
Yeah,
to just kind of have? It's not like quite like the other cliffs, but it just kind of rolls off into the ocean here.
yeah, it's
Well,
fine.
yeah, like I can't really think of anything other than that to do. Like whether maybe to give some spots some like little coastline or just have it kind of be
Aside from
this.
fingers, I don't really think anybody lives in the jungle.
Yeah, like
You know,
because I
just
was
kind of a
thinking
area.
the sand out here I'll probably replace with like a mixture of like dirt and clay, so it's like not really stone and sand.
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably be like softer, just rounded edges, kind of look like it's got here. But yeah, I just want to ask if there was like any preference or just leave it as is almost.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
But yeah, go continue. Continue.
So of course I'm like, okay, so like elements, what do we gotta go for? Because it's like, okay, well, so you see, like when it comes to that kind of stuff with me, um, when I was a kid, you have kind of your basic like four elements that get used in everything, which is fire, water, air, and earth, right? Like those are the four core elements of like,
Yeah.
I mean, mythology kind of, really like the
Right.
four
The
elements of
the simple breakdown, basically. Yeah.
yeah, whatever. So that's kind of what you have in a lot of stuff. But I played Mega Man Battle Network as a kid, and that was my big thing. And the element wheel in Battle Network is fire, water, electricity, and wood. Um, so I was like, okay, so we'll have fire, we'll have water, we'll have electricity, wood, wind, and earth. And then I threw in metal as a separate contender, largely because my running thing was like in my Pokemon comic, like every Lucario was just going to be like named after a metal because they're a meta steel type.
Okay.
And so it's just
Like
like, yes, we'll do that. And then I didn't want to change like every single one's name. I was like, I'll just have a metal be an element and like they can shift their body to metal or whatever, like or certain parts of their body to metal.
yeah, like I guess with metal
Or
you
like
do get a bit of a difference compared to just like stone, because it's like
right.
not like stone's generally not conductive. Metal is like little things like that that justify
Right.
having it as its own thing.
And just kind of how it works in like where an earth elemental in my universe, like they have like a bit more dense skin, like a little tougher of a skin, whereas metal they have to physically alter their body to the metal and like you can kind of
Okay.
shift that.
Makes sense.
And that was like the thought process there. And then I'm sitting here going, okay, I have my elemental based magic system. Wonderful, wonderful. Let me just go into my files here and delete Avatar: The Last Airbender from my brain because I don't want to. I don't want to borrow anything from that. I don't want to like
Right. This
because
is that's the hardest thing. There are
the inevitable
so
comparisons are
there are
going to
so
happen
many.
because like that's
I was just sorry. I was just
you
gonna
know
say there are so many games that are in genres I think I would like that I don't play because I distinctly want to make certain games and I do
right,
not want influence.
right. I
Like,
get that, and
oh
then like
gosh.
and then there were like periods of time where I was like, kind of looking at the storylines and stuff that I'd written, and I like looked at it and I was like, oh, they did that in XYZ. Like, oh, that's kind of
Right.
similar to Zuko's arc.
And you kind of have to remember
Scaringly so, which, like,
tropes
nothing's really
exist.
new,
Yeah, you have to remember
you
tropes
know.
exist and not like avoid things because you've seen it before. I know
Right.
I'm a victim of that same sort of logic though.
So I just kind of tweaked some things around with that when I was like, okay, instead of having both of these people be fire elementals, because again, that's a little similar to this, I'll change this one to being water.
Mm.
And more specifically ice because they're kind of the same and that kind of fits his personality more as this character's cold and like methodical and logically based, not like fire, the opposites. That works. So again it's like, and again things are gonna like overlap because it's like, okay, I'm not gonna have oh yeah, you can kind of sense through the earth, like because Toph's like, oh, I can see things by feeling it through the earth. But it's like, realistically, you could do stuff like that. But I have it kind of like I have a blind character that like is a wind elemental and just kind of like senses stuff through the the wind, the physical space in the area. And it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, and then that kind of unlocks like an ultra instinct kind of like ability where it's like if you just kind of like sense through the wind, you can just like feel certain things moving towards you, or like anything in like an element, like, oh yeah, I'm a wood elemental and somebody just shot a pine cone at my head. Like I can feel that coming because it's this, that, or the other. But then like certain energy, like you know, like personal energies and stuff like come into play. So you're like, oh yes, like the equivalent of like some kind of key or something, like your own spiritual energy or whatever. Like that plays into it too, because you know it's not just elements; it's like personal
Right.
stuff as well mixed in. So a little bit of a spin there. So it's just like trying to figure all of this out and then keeping it like grounded and not trying to like power cliff or whatever.
Right. Oh man. So that gets into like a whole fun topic of
Because
building a world.
another series where it's like I'm trying to avoid this because I do like it, and there's like some similarities there, but like Naruto, like
Oh yeah.
Naruto has its own like elemental manipulation, but you also have like you watch through Naruto and it's just the sense of like power scaling that show goes through as opposed to what it started out as is insane.
Right. Yeah.
And I haven't watched much in the way of Boruto, the sequel series, but like from what I understand, they're trying to go back to like less explosions and more like hand-to-hand like ninja stuff.
Yeah. I've never
while
had
introducing
like
some sci-fi elements into it.
yeah, I never had like interest in Naruto, so I don't know exactly what they do with the series, but I do know I've heard yeah, it gets kind of messy, and then like people don't really like the sequel series much anyway either. So it's like I granted maybe people are just realizing they're growing out of Naruto. I don't know, but maybe.
Well, from what I've understood, again, I've not watched the anime nor read the manga. I've heard things here and there, but from what I understand is first off, a lot of people don't read manga; they just watch the anime.
Yeah.
Of things. That's fine.
Oh gosh,
But
yeah.
from what I
Isn't
understand,
Naruto one of those ones where it's got like the highest ratio of like filler episodes?
it's I think like 50% of Naruto is filler. Well, like if you watch like original Naruto, like literally the first half is canon, and then the second half is literally just filler nonsense that I don't think does anything. I think
Bleach.
I don't know why it was like that.
Bleach is similarly bad. If I
Well, the thing with
recall.
Bleach versus Naruto filler is Naruto filler usually tended to like fit in to the
Oh right,
like
Bleach. You're in the
pacing of the
middle
show, where
of an
Bleach is like
arc.
you're in the middle of. I remember one time I'm watching, you're in the
I'm
middle
so
of
confused.
in the middle of Hueco Mundo, running to save Orihime, and then the next episode it's like we're back in high school, everybody's here, and there's some wacky hijinks happening. Like what happened? Like I literally remember the first time watching through Bleach,
I
going, like,
very
did I
distinctly.
miss something?
Yeah,
did I click on the wrong link? Like what?
It's funny because that is exactly like the kind of thing that came to mind. That specific one is so jarring.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like,
Now,
because some of the arcs, like the Bount arc, I felt was kind of natural, and then I think I want to say the Zanpakuto Rebellion arc or whatever it's called. I think those like felt natural in terms of like where it kind of sat, but there were a couple that just they popped out of nowhere, or they'd occasionally just have like a couple of random like filler episodes, like if the beach episode was just kind of like there or whatever. Yeah,
I really liked the shenanigans.
they were good. They were funny.
They were really
and I like
weirdly funny. That was
and
like
I like that because it's like this is slice of lifey. It's not serious, and they're not trying to like make anything of it. Whereas like these other filler arcs, there's like an actual like plot and story. Whereas these other ones you can take funny because it's like, oh yes, Byakuya and Ruki are gonna make a sandcastle, and Byakuya is of course being very Byakuya about it, and like yes, I have to make this like the most serious thing ever, and it's funny because it's not, but that's just how it works.
Yeah,
and I was like,
yeah, it was always just
so it's just goofy. It's fun. I like having that, and that's kind of and that's the balance too. I'm finding because when I was originally creating this story, it's like, well, Fingers and Will, of course, it's like that's the goofy, unhinged, comedic stuff. So I'm gonna make this series like, a little bit more gritty, like Yeah, ah,
Gritty.
yes, this is my grimdark story. I was like,
Oh no.
not really, but it's like I was like, ah, yes, I'm gonna write some more serious themes, and like everybody's gonna have a traumatic backstory, and like this, that, and everything. And then I just kind of was like, or I can't escape the fact that I write comedy. So, one of my characters who has the darkest backstory also just has a weird obsession with cows because she finds them to be hilarious.
Oh, that's me.
And then, of course, that's going to factor into my actual life. And anytime I see a cow, I laugh because I have now made myself think that cows are hilarious.
Oh no. This is the most relatable thing for recently. I guess I'm also on my cow phase.
Mm.
Cow goes moo. But yeah.
Well,
Oh, are you gonna say?
I was just gonna say it wasn't even like a conscious decision being like, ah, this character now likes cows. It was, I'm writing a chapter. It's one of those style chapters where, some event happens and then somebody's like, what happened here? And so five characters tell the same story in their perspective. So
Oh.
essentially you get this one story, but because it's told five times, it's hammered in a little bit more. And one of the characters just made a bunch of like really stupid cow puns and laughed to themselves about it.
Oh, okay. I see how this happened. Oh gosh.
And I just was like, this character, their identity is now entwined with the concept of cows because it makes me laugh.
Oh my gosh.
That's essentially how it happened. And again, that's like,
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
kind of
that's
how
how
it
it
happens
happens. Like
sometimes.
you make one like dumb joke, and yeah, that's the character. Um, and the funny part is, so the like with me and Gold and the sort of goofiness of like doing shenanigans with the characters we have. Because I feel like we never really got entirely out of that phase of like teenagers just doing goofy stories together. Um,
There's nothing wrong with that.
right. It is really fun to keep doing, especially when it like does turn into like a bunch of world building stuff together. And I guess that's the thing when you're then like adults still doing it, you can actually like come up with actually decent things.
Right. It's not, you know, hopefully it's not cringe. It's just like, ah, yes, is
I mean, it
this
can be
level of
cringe,
unhingedness. Well, cringe is a very
right?
broad concept.
It's not teenage cringe. It's in
Right.
joke cringe, I guess you could say.
Well, right, but again, that's where the self-awareness kind of comes in.
Right.
It's
But
kind of like
eh? We keep
nothing.
interrupting each other. Sorry.
It's okay, I'm a
But
big boy, you can go.
oh yeah. Um. Oh, I'm having a great time. Um. Yeah. So the silliness that came to mind is like Gold's got like his set of characters, but when you like do enough stories together, it's like your character is now my character. Thank you. I have made like permanent effects on the jokes surrounding this character. And so
Yeah.
like one of the stupid ideas that has like just been a running joke with his character Argent is
Hmm.
that being a mage that doesn't think it through all the time when she does things with magic. At one point
Hmm.
she poured like basically a glow in the dark potion on her eyes. Um and it's this kind of moment in the story where it was like just it was a horrible, like it felt terrible. She was just miserable. But it has the permanent effect of just the assumption that at all times if it's ever dark, her eyes like cartoon character in the dark. Just
Hmm.
they're just visible all the time. Um and it's just like that's just like a long-term like joke now.
How
That's
does it
just like
affect her when she sleeps? Does it keep her up at night, or does it's
I mean,
another
she
one?
doesn't notice. It's like
Okay, it's
it's like a flashlight effect, but like
okay.
I think there was like some weird thing that it works like glow sticks, so it only actually really like she has to be in the sun for a bit for it to actually do anything. Um,
Uh,
but it is just the for comedy's sake. If she's in the dark, her eyes are visible. Um,
mhm.
but yeah, so it's just those kinds of stupid things where this isn't even like technically my character, but I feel like
Mhm.
this is just an accepted joke among us that like it's just a feature of her now.
Well, yeah, and that's some of my character's characteristics have also come from like spitballing with my wife for like just
Right.
aspects of her personality. Getting to know and be like, oh, this because a lot of the characters, it's like there's little bits and pieces of like myself in there because it's like I write what I know, so this is going to be like, oh yeah, they have this or that or just kind of a little quirky thing and extrapolated. Of course, it's not like exactly one to one myself because that would be kind of dumb. it's, it's like, oh, use this like experience or something as like a headboard, and then like look into it more. It's like there's more extreme cases of this or that, and, or again other experiences. Like um, there's one character that I wrote, and they're the very like kind of stereotypical like sheltered person, like
Okay.
just haven't been out in the world, super bright-eyed, like yes, everything is idealistic, when in fact everything is not very idealistic. And you know very grating, and that's been one of the fun ones to work on character wise, because again my wife's like, I hate this character, like you write them well, I just hate them. I'm like, well, I mean, that is kind of the point. It's like they're supposed to be kind of that naive idiot that like, you know, gets the rug pulled out from under them and it's like, oh no, like the world's kind of, a mess. It's like, yeah, it does that.
It does that. Maybe I guess you would
And
describe them as like a lovable idiot in some ways. Though
well, yeah,
also
in some
judging
ways.
by
And
your
again,
wife, subjectively so.
well, I mean, yes, but again, also part of that is because of the inspiration of which, like part of it was like, oh, people that I knew in high school, but even like people now, because it's like you work at a Christian camp and have a lot of these like 17, 18-year-old homeschooled
Oh
Christian
gosh.
kids that come through, and it's like the stereotype is real, and it's like I understand
Yeah.
like kids are kids, but it's like there is a
There is a
litany of different
specific right.
backgrounds and denominational like idealism that comes in it, and it's like there's a difference between, yes, I believe this, but at the same time the world doesn't capitulate to you know what you deem to be the best, because that's
Right.
just not how the world works. And again, that is still subjective.
It
Just
gets
because you think, oh,
odd.
this is how it works. Well, is it though?
It gets kind of odd
You
too
know.
because like you're talking about like a lot of like the bright-eyed young Christians or whatever, very
uh,
idealistic, or like thinking that the world can be like good. But it's almost surprising that you get that, and maybe it's just the different way different Christians are taught, because like a lot of churches still, you know, teach the basic idea that the human default is sin.
well, of course, like that's the default. But you go through like this rosy phase of, oh, but I believe this, so it's so easy. Why wouldn't anybody else want
Oh yeah,
to
yeah,
believe in this? Because this makes so much sense, and this is just the best
right.
outcome for the world. Like, why do people do these things when they could, and it's just like, well,
Yeah,
because
that
not
kind of
everybody
thing.
had a nice comfortable upbringing like you had, or we're sheltered from the realities from a young age. Like there's a lot of stuff, and so
Right,
that's
yeah.
part of the play in there. Is like, again, I've known a lot of these people, and part of it is too like this character, like I have a tendency of just materializing things, and this character kind of materialized where we worked once. It's just a very it's just a very interesting time, and it's like, you kind of just go, I have to deal with this in real life.
Oh man.
But that's the thing, is it's like, you take inspiration from what you've seen, what you know, and
Yeah.
try to make it into something, again, not too one-sided or the other, but I think it just makes for experience and trying to understand multiple sides, because that's the thing, because the main cast, like you were saying, the main cast, it's like I have kind of more of an ensemble cast in this one, where there's no real like main character.
Yeah, okay.
Like there kind of is, but like I try to spend as much time on each character individually, and for the majority of it you have like 12 main characters, because again, it was originally my 12 favorite Pokemon. I was like, well,
Right,
let's make
yeah.
them into their own characters, and it's like, I like them all. I don't want to like get rid of one or make one less important than this. Like, yeah, because of how the narrative flows and certain things that come about, some characters are going to have a little bit more level of importance to them, in a sense. But as far as they are as characters, it's like, oh, this one has this one, but this one's my favorite, so I also have to be careful to not overdo it on them, because I just like writing them, or I just like their character or whatever. It's like I
Yeah,
have to take
you
it easy.
actually see that in some media, like especially when I talk about like different animes or mangas, where
Hmm.
I like them or I liked them in some cases, but eventually you get hit with the, oh man, the writer and or the fans really liked this one character, and now the entire thing is like bending around making sure they can get
Yeah,
more
or
screen
like,
time.
boy, I really like Vegeta. I really wish that Toriyama liked Vegeta a little bit more, because poor Vegeta just kind of gets the short end of the stick a lot of the time.
um yeah, like
Nobody can kill a major villain besides Goku.
oh man. Um yeah, gosh, this is one of those reasons why I actually, funny enough, um end up getting worried with like the Netflix adaptation of One Piece, where it's just like, please just adapt it. Don't like insert Buggy into every event now that people like really liked him.
I
Like
mean, yeah, but you also there's kind of a duality there, in that this is an opportunity for kind of Oda to be like, okay, well, 20 years later, where is it going, and like what characters did I add more importance to that I
right,
can
true.
retroactively, because I feel like Bucky kind
There's
of
a
has a little bit more importance in the anime now than he really did for a long time, so you kind of set that up in
mhm.
this adaptation.
Yeah, you can get a little bit more, and I think it's weird because it'll be a little while before we hit the point where, like, in the at least in the anime. So I guess the weird part is in the manga. I guess Buggy was out of the picture for a while,
Yeah.
but he got like several cover stories, if I recall. Um,
Hmm.
but the anime has that and like some extra. I think maybe just him and some like filler stuff. So in the anime, it feels
Hmm.
like he's around a proper amount. So I guess it's like you can still have plenty of Buggy without like inserting him into everything. Though I think Mihawk is the
Right.
one I guess I'm almost more worried about, where it's just like I feel like his purpose
Hmm.
is to be introduced and then similar to Shanks, just be like, we're not seeing him for a while.
Right. It's like this
uh,
is the final boss for Zoro or
yeah,
whatever.
it's like final boss for
Like,
Zoro, final boss for Luffy. Just it's fine if we don't see him for 100,000 episodes.
right.
So I'm just looking for. What am I looking for? Probably this one. Oh wait, no. I was looking for this one. I think, maybe. No, I was looking for this one. Oh, excuse me. What? Oh, what the heck? That's not correct. Was it this one? No. Something's wrong here. That doesn't look correct at all. What am I doing wrong? Was it just this one? I don't feel like it would be this one. But, yeah, that's the slow one. I'm so confused. But yeah, so you were talking, we got on a whole tangent.
Do that
when you were talking about like power levels and stuff. And like balancing the world. That's yet another one of those things that's always like really interesting to me, because yeah, you were talking about like Naruto kind of messing it up a bit, and it's funny to me because like one of my sort of recent examples of this kind of issue that I ramble on about so much, you've probably heard plenty from me as well, is ironically out of everything, like One Punch Man actually managed to have a problem with that. And the fact that I feel like it can have a like problem with that kind of goes to show that like earlier on it had like a really solid handle on things that makes me think that that there is like a reasonable power scaling in a thing where like the main character is like comedy power scaling. But it's like it's the importance that the main character is the only one allowed to do that. So having other characters have that problem is just like, well, my premise, it's breaking down.
Yeah.
But it is funny because power scalers, like in the online community, are like some of the most frustrating people for like any fandom. And the sort of irony of it is the reality that like as a writer, power scaling is actually like really important.
Right. Well, I think part of it also comes from like, it's like power scaling in universe or in one specific story is one thing, but it's when people like do like, oh, this character versus this character
Yeah,
from two different IPs,
Yeah.
and it's like, the rules of the world, vary, or the magic systems vary so drastically. It's kind of like, does that even really work?
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know. I watch the videos from time to time, and I just kind of go, whatever, and I don't take it too seriously. But like, I kind of get it because it's like,
I mean, it can be kind of fun, but I guess that's the funny thing, is just how like serious some power scalers can get.
Sure.
Like it's very important.
That's anybody.
It's very important that Goku is the strongest man. Like, if he's not the strongest man, why even live?
Right.
Also, just as a random side note, I realized I don't need to use sand and risk having sand inside everything. So these are the holes that I was avoiding with sand.
Oh, yeah.
I've realized that with like a very specific sort of brush setup, I can actually just fill under stone. So like this one was like really hollow, but I filled the entire thing in. So it's just like I just have to go over the landscape because you can see all the holes underneath. It's like really bad. So all I have to do is just like spam click over the landscape with this specific brush setup, and it's just like kind of does the job.
Neat.
It's like technically maybe slower than doing the sand, but granted, I'm not 100% sure because the sand had the whole issue that I had to convert everything into sand, then convert it back to stone. So I'm not really sure if it's all that much slower. But one of the funny reasons why I find power scaling to be like really important, especially if you have a magic system,
Right.
Is we've hit a point where I think a lot of people will be thinking about like how your series works,
Of course.
and suspension of disbelief is like really important to me.
Well, yeah.
Like minimizing how much people have to suspend it, or like really explaining things away very well. And like it is the funny thing that like you go back to like maybe like stuff, like I don't know whether you ever did any like forum roleplay when you were younger.
Not really.
Okay, yeah, it like varies a lot from person to person whether they were into that, but I feel like forum roleplay is like
I was never really like vocal online ever.
Oh well, yeah, I guess that would do it a little bit. I feel like that though is like comically helpful if you can have like the sort of takeaway of realizing how silly like some of the stuff that you did as a kid was. It can be like really helpful. In
right,
real
again, like I have this. That's I do have the stories that I remember,
right,
like
yeah,
the fingers and will stuff. And it's like again, it's just goofy, nonsensical stuff. Again, fingers slamming to the planet, knocking out of alignment. Like that's quite the power feat.
Right, yeah,
You
which
know.
I mean that's the other fun part when you have a Toon Force sort of situation going on, you don't have to worry about it much at all. Though funny enough, it is one of those things where like how you have with fingers having that like crazy armor blubber.
Yeah.
It's also stuff like even Toon Force is like explainable. It doesn't always have to be, but I mean, sometimes you can just have characters that have, like, obtained some kind or another of like, just chaos magic.
Right.
Like, it's pretty simple to explain Toon Force without breaking the rest of your universe. But, at least, like, the only thing you really do have to, like, yeah, the only consideration of why it even comes up is the fact that, like, if you're doing an otherwise like serious series and you still have like a Toon Force character, it might cause some problems for people's like reactions to it. But again, it's very easy to explain.
You aren't talking about the hit anime One Piece, are you?
Wait, what in One Piece would be? Well, I mean, I guess like Luffy's entire existence is the close rubber hose. But no, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of things that actually make like good explanations of it, but yeah, whatever the case, yeah. So when it comes to like all the other like power leveling stuff, when I was talking about like doing like role play, it looking back on it is like really useful for like looking back and being like, wow, you can make some stupidly overpowered stuff really easily.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like even Dragon Ball falls into like weird writing problems with the fact that it felt like every other villain was, I absorb your power and grow that much more powerful. Good luck writing a way to defeat me.
I mean, that's kind of the thing with Dragon Ball, though. Is like, well, we've gotten to this, so we have to we can't go back. Oh, now I have absorption slash regenerative power. You know, so like we're just gonna go with that, and I mean, I think also part of the problem with Dragon Ball is the manga ended. It's like, hey, that's it. And then of course it was making money, so we were like, but we want it to continue because we want to continue making money.
Right.
And so, you get GT, and then several years later you get Super, and it's like, your opinion may vary on either of those series, really.
I feel like Super goes between fun and really dumb.
Well, I'm sorry. I enjoyed Super for the most part, but it's a fan service series.
Yeah, through
Like,
and through, definitely. I mean,
GT for all of its issues, like it was still, I think, trying to be like very original and bring things to the table, but like Super in a lot of ways is I think just kind of derivative and like, hey, remember this? Remember how much you liked this?
I
And it's
mean,
just kind of like,
it kind of is almost a parody of itself in the way that like every power up is just a new color.
yeah. And again,
And
I enjoyed it. Uh,
oh man,
Writing over power step isn't really believable. Well, it can be.
and I mean like yeah, you do get some like interesting parts from it. Something that's a little bit better than just scream harder. Like
Right.
I forget whether Vegeta's like alternate power up was just anything other than scream harder. Um, because that's like the unfortunate
Which
thing.
alternate power up? The
Um,
slightly bluer Super
yeah,
Saiyan,
yeah,
or
whatever the like. I know that there was for a while there was the Super Saiyan God stuff, which is just like you have red hair now, you have blue hair, or whichever direction that went. And then like
right?
Vegeta, instead of going for like Ultra Instinct, went for like bluer hair.
Ultra Ego. Yeah, he had like I think it's canonically purple, or I don't know if they actually have a canonical color for it, or if that's just like the fan interpretation is just kind of like purple, but like the Ultra Ego or whatever.
Like yeah, it's such a weird. Um, was there anything special about that, or was he just wasn't it like essentially just a Zenkai boost on top of it, or something
I mean, it was
stupid like
essentially
that?
his own. It was essentially his own kind of version of Ultra Instinct, whereas like Ultra Instinct is reminiscent of like the Angel's power. Ultra Ego is like the God of Destruction power,
Okay.
essentially. I think.
Because like I just did not remember anything notably interesting happening with Vegeta, which goes into what you were saying earlier. Um,
I mean, again, I haven't read the manga. They haven't done Ultra Ego in the anime.
or
I mean,
wait,
they stopped
no,
the anime and they haven't done anything about
wait,
it.
no, maybe I'm wait, no, I'm thinking there was he got a power up in the middle of like the tournament of power that I'm
Yeah,
thinking
he got like Super Saiyan bluer. Like
bluer, yeah,
it
like
was
what
just kind of like I don't remember
that was
what the
the one
specific like.
that
Yeah,
like
but that
I'm
was like an
pretty
anime
sure
only thing because
was
Goku
it?
had the Super Saiyan. Yeah, because Goku had the Kaioken Super Saiyan Blue, so they were like, we need to
Oh,
give
okay.
Vegeta his own kind of. And I think that was about it. He just like willed it. He was just like, I want this, and he just kind of screamed louder. And I think he kind of just got it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's probably what that was. Cause like I'm thinking, yeah, he gets Super Saiyan bluer, and then like Goku actually gets like I honestly do like Ultra Instinct. It's
Yeah, I think
neat.
it's cool.
Yeah, like it's like a little different, and I guess I like the fact that it sort of it almost feels like it takes like a step like back and two step forward in terms of it's not like I don't know, just going for like white hair or whatever does, and like just the basic glow. It's just like there's a
It's a little
simplicity
memey,
to.
but it works.
Yeah, it's like it's there's a simplicity to it that works, but then like just the fact that he's basically just focused in. Um,
Yeah,
and I think why part of why I like that a little bit too is it feels like it goes back maybe to the roots of almost feeling more like I mean, again, he's basically just instant dodging everybody, but it feels like it does go at least somewhat back into the roots of oh, my brain is turning off.
martial arts.
Martial arts a little bit because I don't know.
Kind of
It's
like
not
I think
like
it also kind of has to do with like I've heard some people cite like Bruce Lee and his like kind of mentality when it comes to stuff like that. Where it's like
right.
you need to just kind of you just kind of develop the flow and like and probably and a lot a lot of Dragon Ball is based off of a lot of Buddhistic ideology and
Yeah.
belief, and
Um.
a lot of that is just kind of mastery of oneself, and hearing the universe kind of like Zen sort of state.
Yeah. So there's like
That ultimate
some.
meditative.
Yeah. There's like some coolness to it, I guess, where the fact that it's like focused so much on sort of the dodge and counter attack. Now, that might get into the unfortunateness that, again, I don't read the manga and I only like glance at like the anime occasionally. Though I did like read maybe a couple chapters of the manga just because I was trying to absorb what the heck is going on here. Because
well, the problem with the problem with the super manga and anime is they're very different from one another.
yeah,
And, you know, because originally it's like, oh, Dragon Ball's a manga, and then it gets adapted into an anime, so they try to follow it, you know, fairly closely. And then Super was just like, well, we're just gonna make an anime and then a manga, and they're gonna be fairly different. Like they're gonna kind of follow several of the same beats and arcs, but there's a lot of differences to my understanding. I haven't read the manga either, but from my understanding, there's a lot of differences in, you know, whatever parallels in the anime and manga. Like I know there's a bunch of manga exclusive stuff that hasn't gotten an anime adaptation yet. I don't know if they ever will. I don't really. I always occasionally see like some Dragon Ball Super news. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. And then like I don't ever see anything about it. I'm like, yeah, if it happens, that's cool. I'll watch it. But like, you know, yeah.
yeah. So my brain's just trying to absorb why these brushes aren't working anymore. Oh,
Why are the brushes not brushing?
right? That doesn't work. What the heck? So weird. What was I doing before that? Oh, sorry. But yeah, but it does get into that silliness of like the arbitrary layers of like the power up, because I guess Ultra Instincts also makes him like extra powerful. It doesn't just hone him in. And so then you get like, oh, next arc, well, okay, he's fighting somebody that can outdo him. Well, he's an
Right.
Ultra Instinct. It's like, huh? Already?
Right. I mean, because I mean, I know that's always been kind of the meme with Dragon Ball, where it's like, no, you, and it's like, it's like, not if I do this, like, scream louder. You know, it always has been, kind of memey in that way to an extent, but I feel like it's just kind of, that way because there's a lot of earnestness in the original, like, the original Dragon Ball, I think, but Gold says, I feel bad for fans who eat this stuff up. I mean, there's something to be said for, I suppose, just enjoying what you enjoy. But again, like some people just take it a little too far sometimes. Because, I get that. It's like, you're a fan of something. Like, you want to see it done in a way like, you have to remember, I've been a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog since I was 4, so I've understood.
You have been burned. You have walked the coals.
I've understood being in certain fan spaces that have certain stigmas attached to them. So I remember talking to my brother about this. Andrew said it was crossing Rubicon before. There's one. I mean, kind of. Well, I don't know, because I would say you could probably do that with Super Saiyan 3, because I think the idea behind like Super Saiyan 2 was like perfected Super Saiyan. It's like, we've unlocked this form, but it's like very rough. It's very unrefined. And then like the road and journey to Super Saiyan 2 was just like kind of fine tuning that, and it's like really like understanding it. And then Super Saiyan 3 comes out and it's like, this is just a cooler, like I have the long hair and like, whatever. And that's honestly what I think, GT, say what you will about GT. That's what I think it did well with Super Saiyan 4. Is it's kind of symbolism in that it kind of goes back to the whole like monkey thing. The kind of the Wukong influence there. Like, he's got the whole like, the form actually has a largely physical
Yeah, I
I mean,
actually don't know too much.
that is true. That is true. It is when they come out of the time chamber, but like, but at the same time with original Super Saiyan 2, because it was Gohan that achieved it, there was always also this kind of build up in like, oh, Gohan's special because like he's always had this inner strength inside of him, and then well, everybody else got Super Saiyan 2 then, and it's like, well, okay. But
I was actually just
so
mentioning...
you could have kind of been like, oh yeah, but like Gohan's different, so it's not like everybody can achieve this, and then everybody achieved it, and kind of went on.
I was
that.
just
So it's
talking with Gold the other day, where I mentioned it to him, the unfortunateness that it feels like Gohan like goes, but like at least after earlier stuff I guess was probably fine with Gohan, but after a point it feels like he got stuck in a loop of the plot doesn't care about him, and oh yeah, okay, he's like even more OP than you thought because he could catch up like years of lag. Where
well, I mean, everybody does that. Like everybody.
Well, yeah,
does that.
everybody
like, Golden
does that,
Frieza's
yeah,
whole existence
true.
is like, I never trained as a child. I wonder what would happen if I did that
Right.
for 4 months.
Like,
and then
you almost
boom, like
can't
yes, I have
complain
achieved 20 years of your puny monkey training by like beating up on like some low-ranking guy in my army for 4 months. It's like I'm golden now. It's
I'm
like
golden now. Right,
It's like,
yeah. So it's like you almost can't
okay.
complain about go on. But granted,
but, like, yeah.
I don't know, like people have, like, I feel like people have complained that it feels like Gohan almost maybe was like handed things at a certain point, but then like Golden Frieza and like later on stuff with Vegeta is just like, well, okay, you can't really complain about that issue with Gohan anymore. Everybody does this. Oops.
Right. And so, I mean, yeah, because that's kind of what you just do. Is like throw them in the time chamber for a bit. They come out like, I'm stronger now. It's like, I mean, sure, of course. But then again, at the same time, when you kind of write into your character the idea of like, yes, anytime I get, beaten to the brink of death and come back, I'm stronger.
And I guess if we're sort of on a topic about being careful with your power scaling, there's maybe something to avoid doing.
Agent Gold is wrong. Oh, hold on. I can think of at least one DBZ game where Gohan is your weakest character at the beginning but strongest at the end. I mean, yeah, it's kind of, it's kind of where it went. And then it was like, well, whether or not because I've heard like people say like, oh, Gohan was supposed to take up the mantle, and then some people say, well, no, he wasn't actually. You're like, yeah, blah 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 blah. But it's like, regardless of whatever is true, it's like, yeah, it does just kind of become, what form can be more powerful. And like, again, if you're looking at just the original manga, it's like, sure, it never really gotten too crazy because at least Super Saiyan 3 had some pretty in the original run of Z, Super Saiyan 3 had some pretty harsh like penalty for it. It was not a form that could just be easily thrown on for long periods of time. Like it was a very steep cost. And so, because like Goku only uses it a couple of times in the original Z, he uses it in the first time against Boo, and then Gotenks kind of takes it over, I guess. But then he uses it in his final fight against Boo for a little bit, but he can't maintain it. And I think those are the only 2 times Goku ever actually uses Super Saiyan 3 in the original. He doesn't use it a lot. Because you have transformation, but then you also have fusion.
Oh yeah.
Which is a cool concept, but that's also true.
Oh, let me.
He says Gotenks using it was a good idea since it only lasts 30 minutes at a time. But it was also kind of the same for Goku as well. Like he could only use it for like a limited time because of his initial time limit on Earth Alive Again, and then he couldn't use it for very long in his second fight because he was used to only using it in the afterlife, and it like taxed him or whatever. But yeah, like Gotenks, and Gotenks was a child, so he was very juvenile, and would just kind of toy around with Boo or whatever. And then Gohan just gets his potential unlocked. It's like, hey, I'm cool now, and Boo's like, cool, I'm gonna eat you. Like,
oh my gosh.
and that's the thing about the Boo arc as well, is how unhinged it just kind of is. Because that's where Toriyama's like, I don't need an editor. I can do it all myself.
I feel like you could sum up a lot of sort of Dragon Ball villains as, I'm going to eat you now.
I mean...
Yeah, well, I'm just going to nibble on your energy for a bit.
It kind of became that, because again, it's like, when you go back, there's a fun one.
Uh-oh.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, that'll probably take a moment. What were you, I guess continue with what you were gonna say.
I think that's about it. Because again, like, you can't really go back on something because it's like, oh, this person had this. That's what made them so hard to beat. Fusion Reborn gives you a look at the ending that was originally planned for that saga. If Goku and Vegeta hadn't come back and Gohan defeated Buu instead.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much of Dragon Ball is just Toriyama trying to replace Goku with Gohan and not getting allowed to?
Well, because you have some people that say, oh, this was never really his plan, and like some people that say, no, Gohan was always, or not always, but was like leading up to be something. But again, like, you also have to look at Gohan as the character. Like, that's the whole thing in the Cell Saga. Like, Piccolo makes clear, it's like, he doesn't like to fight like Goku does. He doesn't care about it. He does it because he has to, because he cares to save the world. But
what's actually a kind of funny thing though about that for me is the fact that I might have actually become more interested in Dragon Ball, like, as a progressing story, if we had gotten like the Gohan replacing Goku stuff, just because I actually feel like that transition from fighting obsessed crazed man to his son who doesn't really want to but has to would have actually probably been pretty interesting. Crazed man. Local deadbeat. I mean, he's sort of there for his... Well, no, actually, no.
I mean, I think people give Goku a lot of flack for, that.
I forgot.
I don't think he's...
Piccolo's...
I don't think he's as much of
a
bad father as people make him out to be. Like, he cares. Like, he's just like, do we...
Hey, it's me!
The fate of the world, kind of thing. Like...
Though, you do get to a point...
supposed to end after Frieza. Toriyama had to keep going after that. That's why the villains of the Android saga switched so many times. Not cool enough, try again. Yeah, his editor just kept on going. Was like, that guy looks stupid. You can't have an old man and a clown be the final villain of your art. Okay. It's like, no, what, the two teenage punks? Nah. How much longer must we endure this? However longer.
I like how that's the second time the bot has said that. Hello. You have caught us in the middle of Dragon Ball ranting, I guess. I don't know. Oh, man. I felt like I was going to say something. Now I've forgotten.
How dare.
Of course.
You already tried to stream your org.
Gone. Thank you. I had a feeling sometimes the bots don't say... They don't give their spiel immediately.
Let's see.
I can't imagine the people that are actually like trying to like make it as streamers. I can't imagine how much torture bots are, where you have people like saying hi in chat and then like trying to market something that's against TOS to you. Also, my bot apparently does not like Dragon Ball.
I mean, you know, to each their own, I guess.
um, I feel like Dragon Ball is something I could get into a bit more. But the funny part for me is like I remember I think I watched somebody made like an ultra condensed Saiyan saga. Like they turned it into like a movie. Like a pretty long
It's called
movie.
Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
Yeah, I actually have been wanting to just go through and properly watch the rest of that, I guess. I watched a good bit back in the day.
Oh,
Um
you haven't watched all of it?
yeah, I forget when I stopped watching, but I do remember it
Oh,
being
it's
funny.
great. I do
It
love
really
it.
is though. It is pretty funny. Um
It's one of those things I quote fairly often, fairly
I feel like there's
consistently.
the occasional thing that's still stuck in my lexicon.
I know.
Um but yeah, so the I remember watching at least one of the arcs in like an ultra condensed. I say ultra condensed, but it's that kind of thing where having never actually watched the full arc, I'm not
Mm,
actually sure what I missed
that's fair, I suppose.
because it was well enough done that like if there was like extra like plot threads that are just like missing from it or whatever else, I couldn't tell. It was everything you needed to digest the arc and
Right.
enjoy it. um so it is one of those odd things where I wonder, yeah, what the rest of the series would be like, because like there is a point, and like this is why. So Gold started watching One Piece. We actually
I'm
it's
sorry, Gold.
yeah, right. It's the silliness that I introduced it to him when I was visiting him the last time. We watched like the first, like I think up to like Syrup Village. Um he really liked it. He started watching it on his own and I think got just past Alabasta.
Mm.
But his Crunchyroll, he moved in his Crunchyroll, like he had to like get that all sorted. And so he didn't get quite like back into watching it and he just figured, okay, I'll just watch this with Crab. Um we'll just go back to doing it that way. And I have made the executive decision that we'll probably just watch One Piece because One Piece is actually like really
Mm-hmm.
accessible now. Um
Mm.
it's like
Yeah,
really
I should
really
probably do that
accessible.
when I decide to show my wife the actual One Piece. Because we
Yeah.
watched the Netflix series and she's like, "Oh, that was pretty good." I was like, "Yeah, it was." Yeah. But
It's
like, you know,
it's okay, you know. I don't like all the
I mean,
changes, but I like that
I
it's One
mean, but
Piece.
like, what other anime adaptation is better?
Well, see that was my revelation after watching it was the realization of, wow, that was the best anime adaptation ever. I hardly got anything out of that. Why do we need these?
I mean,
I mean,
yeah,
there was some good
yes,
moments, but you
but
know,
like, I don't know. I thought like, because again, I thought the acting was all very solid. I thought
yeah,
all the actors really fit their roles. You know, I thought they all did a very good job. It's just interesting to see.
a bit
And again,
interesting.
for me, I think part of it too is like I was saying, like it's kind of the chance I feel like Oda's going back and going like, I can't maybe like let's change a few things or add a few things just for context and like this is kind of like a different viewpoint on it, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it is that, because admittedly some of the stuff I didn't like some of like the stuff that like comes more later being brought in so early. It's like too
Yeah,
blatant. Um,
yeah.
there's like too much garp. Maybe like a little bit of early garp. We get a like
Well, I don't think it was as much that they were trying to shoehorn in Garp as much as they were kind of trying to like boost
add.
Colby up because it's
Well,
like,
yeah,
hey, you know, he's kind of the parallel to Luffy, and like, you know, Luffy wants to be like king of the pirates and like Colby, but he wants to be like this marine that's like, you know, actually good and again, you know, be the be the change and whatnot. And
Yeah, I do see. That's the thing. More Garp and Colby. Yeah, I'm 100% for. But like the sort of added like character drama between like Luffy and Garp, where it's just like, well, we get to that later a little bit. Why now? Where it is kind of funny because I don't think Gold is. Yeah, Gold hasn't gotten to Water 7. So, like, it's that weird thing where if Gold were to watch the live action version, it's, like, technically spoilers. Like, for, like, certain character interactions. It's weird. But yeah, so the funny thing, definitely gonna watch One Piece. Because I want to rewatch One Piece, but yeah,
right, because I'm sitting here like I haven't watched, because watching the Netflix one, like I haven't watched. I mean, first off, I haven't watched One Piece in years, just because I was like, I'm gonna wait, and then you know they're through Wano now, and they're into. I keep on seeing things. I'm like, man, I really should catch up. That looks kind of nuts.
It's a little nuts. You can feel that we're getting there, man.
Right.
Oh, I'm actually like, there's a part of me that's just like, it's like increasingly dawning on me the vibe of, oh, we're gonna know what the One Piece is soon.
Right.
I don't know how to feel about this. I'm not prepared. Yeah. So, and that's one thing. Like, it's funny because sort of the plan for a while now with me, Kyle, and Dan has been to move into a place, the three of us. And so we're getting kind of like closer to that, and it's like the sort of waiting on. I'm doing that thing again where I swap between Kyle and Gold. We're waiting kind of for that before, like, it'll probably be like one of the things that's just like we just do, like, you know, the weekend here or there or whatever, or every weekend watch a couple episodes.
Where are you planning on moving to? Like,
out to Minnesota is the current vibe.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the house hunting, and basically the plan is I do a bunch of house hunting and then basically hand my findings over to Gold to do the actual, like, looking.
Neat.
Yeah. It's been an interesting process, to say the least. But yeah, so it is that sort of thing where I'm just like, boy, I sure hope I sure hope the One Piece isn't like revealed before we can like catch him up. Because I mean, Gold luckily is pretty disconnected from the internet a lot these days for you know, trying to stay sane reasons. So I assume he'll probably like avoid spoilers better than most people would, but there is that the internet is going to explode thing. Even if it's like not like there's like a like, even if it's so, like, that's the weird thing. It's the kind of thing where it could easily be the kind of thing that doesn't like mean anything to non-fans.
Right.
Which is probably the ideal way for it to go, in my opinion. Because yeah, actually being meaningful, who would have thought? But so who knows how like people will react when we finally get to the One Piece. But yeah, it's just gonna be everywhere. My convenience, not the algorithms. Right. But yeah, either way, One Piece. Because even like the newer arcs are better than like Dressrosa and other stuff.
Oh,
Um,
I just think of that. And I was like, after the time skip, I feel like the arcs just became really, really long and not the
so in the
greatest taste.
manga, you could argue that they got longer in the manga as well.
Hmm.
But it really the real problem is just the fact that like Toei kind of ground to a halt
Of
because
course.
it hit that point where it was kind of that undeniability of well, mm, we don't want to lose our TV slot,
Right.
but we're kind of caught up now, ain't we? Um, so yeah, it kind of got a little goofy. Maybe I could have the sand go up to those hills. Um, got a little goofy with that problem. Um, but yeah, so it is that thing where it's just like a notable percentage of something like Dressrosa or some of the other arcs. It's just like notably shorter if you use one pace. It's like oof. Um oof, ouch, owie, my pacing. Um and they benefit a lot from it too, from what I've seen. The enjoyability factor, because you can still have like your reaction shots, all of your like sort of classic One Piece shenanigans. um it's all about like the lingering. And I
Hmm.
don't know how often One Piece does it, but I feel like they might even occasionally edit in like where Toei will try to do like um you know one reaction per framing, where it's just like you could kind of just get away with um one screen of all of them at once. Like
Right.
it's that kind of stuff that I think I mean, it might vary a bit, but I think One Piece does try to like make it a little bit more similar to how the manga would present it for even stuff like that. I know the funniest
Hmm.
thing for me, the thing that I always think about is how recently, like some of the more recent stuff, they've gone back to even the early One Piece. And that
Hmm.
stuff doesn't condense nearly as much. Um
Hmm.
but because um Warship Island is mixed in with the canon stuff, where it's just a filler arc that they added in. Um,
Hmm.
the One Piece team has painted out the girl. I think her name is Apis. Funny enough, they've painted her out of frames so that they could transition it canonically just from Logtown to Reverse Mountain without like all the extra stuff she's in.
I mean, 4Kids removed a lot of stuff, so I'm
Right.
sure it's perfectly feasible.
Yeah, I was kind of joking the other day that they performed 4Kids edits, but for good instead of evil. Um, Funny enough, the one benefit of the sort of delay of actually getting around to watching it with gold is the kind of silliness that uh one of the few arcs that One Piece hadn't done yet was Skypiea,
Hmm.
which is ironically the next arc Gold has to watch. So,
It's weird.
oops. Right, yeah. They just, I guess, just didn't like get around to it.
Huh.
Cause like one of the weird things too, I think they've actually been going through, because Dressrosa was the first one they did. It needed it
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah.
So part of the sort of delay of doing it is they had to go. They've been going back with some of the people working on it. And they've been actually redoing what they did with Dressrosa because they didn't have like the same standards back then, and they consider it a little too aggressive of editing.
Yeah.
Because there's stuff where like you'll have like impact frames where it's just like, well, no, this isn't like pushing contest stuff. You can keep this. Yeah, you don't have to get rid of everything. Where like I think the notable example is like the final punch of the final fight. There's this like extra like view from like away from the island where there's like a shockwave that goes out, and it looks really cool. And I mean, it's just like a visual effect, so it doesn't affect anything, and it makes the impact of the punch like really good.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you can get rid of the point before that where their like attacks connect and then they like push for a few moments, and you can get rid of that part because in the manga, like, he just crushes the dude. But keep like all the good impact frames. That's all we ask.
Right.
And I guess that is the sort of thing is when they started One Piece, you know, they were kind of trying to make a anime into a manga again. And now they understand, well, no, yeah, we keep stuff.
Yeah.
The funniest thing, and I think I might have joked about this before, the funniest thing for me though is my own increased enjoyment of One Piece is that One Piece edits out any extra fan service scenes that the manga didn't have. Just like lingering shots and stuff. It's like, well, it's not canon, so you don't get to look at the sexy ladies. And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay with that. That's fine in my book.
I just think of Sanji's monologue about the clear fruit. That one always comes to my mind.
Oh no. Oh. Okay, that's one thing I can say about the live action version. I think I'm fine with what they're doing with Sanji.
He's a little bit more toned down.
Yeah, like, he's what you like about Sanji, which is he'll flirt with women, but he's like generally suave and not literally rocketing away, nose bleeding. Like, oh,
I know, but I still love the scene in when they're in the Merfolk Kingdom or whatever. When the princess shows up behind him and Chopper's like, Sanji, don't turn around, you'll die.
I go so back and forth on the actual plot point of Sanji dying of blood, like nearly dying of blood loss, and it becomes like a serious plot point. I don't know how to feel about this, because for a lot of people that is like the destruction of Sanji. They can't stand Sanji at that like point. And for me, I'm like, of all of the uses of this trope, this is probably one of the better ones for him compared to like how bad he would get. It's like, it's so stupid. It's so incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
There's a gag that I can't remember whether or not the anime did, where it just reminded me of things around that same point in the series, where it's one of those things that I'm not sure if it was like easy to convey in like anime form. It was like visual thought bubbles, but there's like I can't remember it, and I don't mind spoiling a joke. when Gold's here. Just because he'll forget anyway, and it'll be like new. But there's a moment because they meet that one kind of ugly mermaid lady that one time.
Oh yeah.
And then they meet like regular pretty mermaids, which
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure that's what nearly kills Sanji.
Right.
But there's like a panel where like they meet the mermaid and there's a thought bubble in over Zoro's head of the ugly mermaid lady, and then like the next thought bubble, it's like disintegrating, like the memory's gone. And he says something about we've never met mermaids before. And like Chopper is like a fourth wall break where Chopper is like, he deleted it! It's gone! Like, I don't know. One Piece goes between some of the stupidest humor ever and some of the funniest stuff ever. There's definitely a point where I know a lot of people got worried because they felt like the series was like less funny for a bit. But lately I've been enjoying some of like I am up to date to the fan translation of today's chapter. Like I keep up with this series like pretty thoroughly at this point. I really do. Like it's at this point one of the few mangas I do read. And so I'm very happy with things lately in terms of just little jokes and whatnot.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm also very happy with the arc we're finally to, like 1,000 yeah, 1,000 episodes after it was initially like teased as a place.
Yeah.
That's what really makes you like feel here we are at the end of everything. Is when you get to arcs that you know that like Oda was planning from the get-go.
Right.
It is weird though. The previous arc like exists in a weird like stasis in my mind where it both felt short and incredibly long at the same time, and I think it is like one of the like maybe top 5 longest arcs, maybe top 3, and it doesn't feel like it's top 3. But maybe it will after watching the anime version of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It benefits from the fact that One Piece currently isn't afraid of like tabbing away from the main characters for like months at a time. Or at least weeks at a time, which for me is like such a sign of confidence in writing. It is like I feel like a lot of series are almost like terrified to not have the main character like there for a while.
Right.
And so yeah, One Piece is very successful in we can just like not see Luffy for what feels like forever and be having a great time still.
Right. Well, again, One Piece does. I've always felt that One Piece has handled its cast very well, in that like all of them are very interesting and not terribly annoying. Because I've had that where like I remember I was watching One Piece for the first time and Chopper shows up. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna hate this thing. And it's like, you don't, like he's great. Like it's like, oh, I like Chopper. It's like that's the thing. You find the balance of like quirks and things. Like,
right.
Again, Sanji. It's like Sanji's definitely very played up in the source material. Like the Netflix adaptation's like, yeah, he's a flirt, but he's not like characteristically like going nuts, which can be funny in small doses.
It's kind of interesting because I've realized that the anime has contributed to people hating Sanji. Because Toei is a terrible studio. I mean, what?
Is he a little bit more toned down in the manga?
it's the kind of thing where single panels becoming entire moments doesn't help him a lot, but it's
I see.
also whoever's writing the movies um
Mm.
sometimes causes problems. There's the one infamous one that like
I haven't seen any of the movies, so yeah, I wouldn't
I
know.
don't remember if I've seen the actual movie this comes from, but I've seen the clips where
Uh-huh.
the infamous problematic moment, which I mean you could consider like some of his like desire to go invisible and see women to be like the worst joke ever
Yeah,
made about him. So
yeah,
there's
it's
that.
true, but
Um, but it's not as bad as in one of the movies. There's like a scene. I guess like I don't know if a character has the power to turn people like older or younger or whatever in the movie. But
oh,
there's a scene where Nami is like a little girl and Sanji's like fantasizing, I get to watch you grow up into a beautiful woman, and just the way it's presented is like super creepy. It's like, oh,
sus.
it's so icky. And people have to be reminded this isn't canon. And
Yeah,
in
I
fact,
can.
it's actually contradictory to canon because Sanji is never shown in the manga to act that way around little girls. Um,
Yeah,
he actually, it's interesting because like, yeah, he's actually like really consistent about being incredibly like respectful to like little girls, at least from what I can
mhm.
recall. Like he's very not creepy around little girls. But
Right.
it, yeah, I guess whoever's writing the movies sometimes doesn't get the memo. Um,
It's always the balance, though. Like I is like being careful. And again, like when you have that's the problem when you have like multiple people writing on something like that. Is like, are they going to ooh, this is how I like to portray the character, or like your understanding of the character. But it's like you don't want to like hinge on flanderize a character like this is like the thing they're notorious for. Like I have I have characters like that in my comic. Is like I have like the pervy guy that nobody likes because it's like all of his attempts like just fall flat. But like he's like yes, I'm gonna try to flirt my way. He's just not very successful. Or like the girl who's also like incredibly flirty, and it's like you just have to. It's like you have to be careful when
yeah.
writing that because they can very easily um, just become and so like again
The
like I said I have
worst.
that one chapter where everybody's telling their side of the story. And the one kind of like pervy character, he's like retelling the story, and so every the thing about it is like whoever is telling the story, the art style is going to change to reflect their point of view. It's going to be like
Oh yeah.
skewed that way, and so of course he envisions all of the girls as being
Oh no.
very well endowed, very voluptuous, and just acting in ways, of course, they wouldn't. Which, of course, he gets called out for every 5 minutes. They're
Now,
like, they would never say that, but like,
I know the one
it's
way that you can get away with that fully, and that is that it has to be like also kind of like comically poorly drawn.
right. That's kind of like it's going to be like deviant art proportions, kind of, because he's also like he's a quote unquote artist like in universe.
Oh
So
gosh,
like,
yeah,
you
okay.
know, you never actually see. I don't think there's a point. I mean, aside from this chapter is kind of like the basis of like probably what his art looks like, but you never actually see any of his stuff. You just see the characters reacting to it, and usually it's like that's not how that works. That's not physically possible. Like just like
Gosh.
that's just disastrous. That kind of stuff. And so he's just very like people comment is like, oh, he's an artist, right? And it's like, well, I mean, he draws things, you know. So you have stuff like that where he's like usually very critiqued, and just like his expectations are met with no particular reciprocation from everybody because he's so desperate, like and or is taken advantage of because of said condition, though he's again no idiot.
Oh
um
no, I just remembered. Sorry, this reminded me of the villain of Homestuck. and how he's like revealed to be this like crazy bratty kid kind of guy.
Oh, okay.
And
I never
like
got that far.
the thing is,
I
so
tried.
yeah, I don't mind spoiling Homestuck of all things. Um, so the
I didn't. I
so
didn't
the
expect to hear about it on this. It's a conversation with Crab, but go for it.
I mean I finished the entire story. Like I
Uh,
powered through those last
a
chapters. It
braver soul than I.
Oh man, admittedly it was hard. Um
Mm.
oh gosh, because so the thing is, the villain, you know how like the characters were getting like almost like these god moddy powers at times.
I'll
Um
say yes, so you can move on with the
okay.
story.
Um I don't
I
know
didn't make
like
it very far at all.
yeah, that's the problem. Like I don't even know if you would like
I
know
did. I
that.
never. I didn't even make it to the trolls.
Oh.
Like
Oh,
I just.
that
I just. It was hard for me to read. I was like, man, I wish I
okay.
could, but I just can't. It wasn't like, ooh, I hate this or anything. That wasn't it.
Yeah, it was just difficult. The trolls
was.
are
It just kind of. Yeah.
they're
Like
like the
everybody says,
great
ooh, this is where it
filter.
picks up, and I'm like,
No,
yeah, but it's
it's
just
no,
hard for me to follow.
no. Honestly, like the trolls are the first sign that if you can't handle it, then it, because they're very difficult to stomach. And so like the main villain that you get like near the end of the series is basically that on like steroids, if I'm being honest. Um, and so like okay, just me describing this is gonna show you how like messy and hard to describe a lot of this is. There's like all kinds of like weird mechanics in the series.
Right.
Like the weird time travel and uh, I mean the whole series exists in what they call paradox space. And so like the main villain at a certain point manages to gain access to what is essentially like a console to like edit the universe as he pleases.
I mean,
Um
wasn't that kind of like at the beginning of the series? Like you know, you kind of got the thing where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just rip a hole in my house or whatever. Like,
yeah, like the game itself, because that's the thing. The villain goes through the game like the characters do, and he gets his powers
mm-hmm.
through it and everything.
That's right.
So,
That's right. Yeah.
so he's like similar. Like he goes through a whole similar thing everybody else does, but he inevitably gains access somehow or another. I can't remember how to something that's like a full like where the thing at the beginning is just editing like just that one guy's house. This is like
Yeah.
reality itself.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
And so there is a point where he gains access to it where like the entire comic, because it's like a fourth wall break kind of thing at that point. The
Of course.
entire comic like degrades because he insists he's an artist and he's that sort of thing. His art is like, I mean, it's like straight up looks like the sort of parody of like yaoi art, like
Yeah.
all the super
Yeah.
angular faces and everything. He goes through a couple phases of art, with stuff like that. Like everything like degrades. Like the most bizarre part of it is like I guess he had initially only practiced art with Etch-a-Sketch. So like this entire portion of the comic, even though he's using a tablet and pencil now, the entire portion of this part of the comic is drawn entirely as if it like I don't know how long it must have taken Andrew to draw this part because I'm pretty sure he entirely drew it with the line tool. But it's like actually gets to a point where like I guess the villain actually learns how to draw decently in this horrid like everything is angle style, and so it's like detailed with the line tool.
I'll never say that. I'll never say that there wasn't effort put into that comic.
I mean, yeah.
Goodness gracious,
The one thing
it
I'll
was
say,
pretty nuts. But
the ending portion definitely has like a lot of like effort put into it, even if I'm like mixed on how the plot feels around that point. Because admittedly, this portion does grind to a halt, and this is before things like get to the actual proper conclusion. But
Right.
like this point like does grind to a halt because of like the shenanigans of this incredibly hateable character. Like, I guess I don't know. Do I give him credit for making a hateable villain? This isn't the kind of hating I like doing. Um,
I mean, I don't know. Like that's sometimes deemed a good thing. That's kind of the point of a villain,
I
but I don't know.
I think maybe I'd
I
enjoy.
suppose it depends on how you hate it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was just super obnoxious and like I think it's better on a reread because of all these little funny
Hmm.
details, like these sort of etch a sketch stuff and whatever else. Um, but so yeah. So eventually, I think the main character who had gained like kind of a weird power to like pop in and out of reality, manages to just kind of pop in and bonk him and kind of fix everything for a while. Um, before things
Oh,
get to
sure.
like the actual final battle situations. Um, but because like it is funny. Did you just say emotional damage?
No,
Or
I just said oh, sure.
oh sure, okay. I was gonna say because if you said emotional
Emotional
damage,
damage.
it would be kind of relevant because the character gets like really upset after being bonked or whatever, and goes into
I'd be kind of
whatever.
upset if I got bonked, but
Yeah, that leads him to just like go into actual like berserk mode and try to kill everybody. I guess the one thing I will say, my favorite effect from Homestuck is that the villain's powers would like literally shatter reality. So there were like anywhere he was on the map is just plastered with like broken glass like JPEGs. And they're like they glow and they flash and it looks like really cool and I honestly really like the effect of having these like suspended broken glass looking like visuals everywhere. Like reality just crumbles around him because he's just so destructive and it's like it's that kind of stuff I give the comic like credit for where it's just like boy if the rest of this wasn't so annoying to read this would actually be amazing. um um yeah, so but yeah, the main thing I wanted to bring up was just the I'm an artist. They don't understand kind of character personality trait and just
hmm
you reminded me of that and it just gets me on a whole spiel of this
yeah.
just the sheer stupidity of don't have fingers give this guy any power.
Different. The other comic, Fingers isn't in this
Oh
comic.
right. Yeah, okay, yeah. I forgot. We were on yeah. Don't let fingers into your other
Seriously,
comic.
yeah.
Don't let him in.
He just yeah. It's just kind of the I don't know if he kind of plays up the tortured soul, but he doesn't really like play it up too much. He's just like yeah, whatever. Like
Right, yeah. Just a
like
little bit.
I do me. But yeah, so that's the thing. It'll be the fun thing of that one. Like everything will be drawn in a certain way. But again, it's just like again, certain amount of self awareness because it's like yes, of course, like the one character, like I said, who's like the super sheltered girl is gonna be wearing like a nun outfit or whatever. It's just like
Oh gosh.
goodness me or whatever. It's like it's just not like there are nuns in this universe, but like
Um one of those
again, just
things sometimes when you describe some of this stuff cuz again, this would have been stuff from like well, this one actually I guess is more recent, but like your other stuff and like a little bit of like the sense of humor. It takes me back a little bit to like I don't know, maybe the like earlier 2000s like anime meme culture. Um and there's a part of me that's here for that in terms of my mental pictures of what you're describing.
I mean,
Um
again, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'll see where it goes. Like, if anything ever comes of it, if not, that's fine too. Like, I've had a fun time writing it, but if it picks up, like, because that was my thing, right? Like, especially with like the Fingers and Will stuff, because I was doing that at the time. But like, I remember, Homestuck because I had friends that were into that, and
everybody knew somebody.
yeah, and I was kind of just like. you know, and I don't say this as like a slam to Homestuck or anything. I was like, if people like this,
Oh yeah.
you know,
uh
I can have a shot with my stuff. Like as long as you put some effort and evolve it. Again, like I knew even then, like yeah, that stuff from high school, it's not great. It'll need work, but it's like if people like this so much, because this is like kind of. I always felt Homestuck was kind of a little bit on the little sort of random side, you know.
right. And we definitely
Structuredly so, but
haven't escaped that, judging by current meme culture.
and so it's just kind of like, and that was always my thing. I was just kind of like, yeah, and then all of a sudden, I remember. So there is this one time where I was reading one of the finger stories to my now wife and a friend of mine, and we were in like this. We were in the skate park bowl. We were just hanging out as late at night, so nobody was there. We were just hanging out at the skate park inside the bowl there. And I'm reading the story, and essentially Fingers and another guy who's kind of mentally unstable, we'll say, they get
This boy
essentially
needs therapy.
yeah, they essentially get kidnapped because they're crazy and like put into a place or whatever, like an institution or whatever. And so of course Fingers is like, "Oh, I'll get us out of here." And the guard comes over and he knocks him out. And he's like, "What was that?" He's like, "It was my nuclear powered gas pump that he just pulled out of hammer space and knocked the guard out with." And the absolute absurdity and randomness of this situation, my friend just kind of throws his arms up and starts like climbing out of the bowl, and we're watching him, and there's like, get him out of the bowl, and then you have like a fence that's set up so like people skating by don't like fly off or whatever. So he tries to do this cool hop thing where he grabs it and like, swings over it with his legs perpendicular to the bar or parallel to the bar. And lands on the ground. Well, he swung his top leg over, but his bottom leg didn't clear, and so he hits the fence on his bottom leg and just falls out, several feet down. Like,
oh gosh!
And we're just kind of witnessing this, like, oh, is he okay?
Oh no!
Let's check on him.
You killed a man with your stories.
No, it was so good, but it's just like, yeah, it was like, because that was the thing, especially with those stories. Like my other comic is definitely, I don't know if I want to say grounded, but it's definitely a lot more like, okay, it's not that random. Like every so often there'll be something that just kind of happens because of course, but like the finger stories, it was literally like, okay, what can I use to get out of this situation? Literally anything. Like it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, yes, I foresaw this, so naturally I anticipated this to happen. So I called in a jet for to come and pick us, or whatever.
Yes, the My Hero Academia villain writing philosophy, but ironic.
Oh no!
I foresaw this. Sorry. Oh no! Don't get me on how I've been feeling about that anime recently.
I never really like picked on it. I had friends that like were super like picking up on it when it was starting out. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. And I'm watching and I'm like, again, I think you've heard my rant on
Sorry. Go ahead.
What?
Sorry, he just referenced something.
I'm an artist and I don't understand.
No, that was just I can give you context in a moment. But go ahead.
But I was just like, watching it, I was like, you've probably heard my rant on school in anime and video games and just how over it I am. Largely because my experience in school was lousy and I hate it. And I don't want to be reminded because I don't know if it's some kind of greater like propaganda push to be like, isn't school cool? It's like, no, it's not. I don't like it. I don't want to remember it. Stop trying to make it cool. Stop putting it in everything.
Gold and I have actually talked about the problem why it's like so prevalent in anime is largely because for a lot of people it's that sad sort of thing of they just generally believe that like high school was the best years of your life and it's downhill from there. So they're trying to like recapture that through anime. It's a
Yeah, and you want to
very
know what the like
it's
best
very
moments of
sad.
like high school was? Were the times where I wasn't in. Well, that's not true. I did have some fun times with people, but like I think the best part of my life was like I remember college years where I had a little bit more freedom and like hung out with friends more and like that. I guess it depends for certain people. Like but it's like I don't care. Like that's the things. Like what I liked about it was hanging out with friends, not having to go to class and remembering this and that or the other. And like some high school stuff's okay. Like Cromartie High School.
Oh
Cromartie High
my
School is
gosh.
fantastic.
Oh my god.
But that's not school. That's again utter nonsense.
It really is. Shikanoka was kind of
Factory worker
fun.
factory.
Was kind of fun recently, but I feel like it wasn't quite Cromartie for me.
But it's like but the thing too is it's like when you do the same thing over again, it's just also lose. It's like, oh hey, school, like Fire Emblem did it. It's like, okay, I don't
Oh
care.
gosh,
Pokemon
I
did it.
didn't
It's like
even.
I have so many other problems
I didn't
with
even.
Pokemon that I don't even want to think about it. But like, you know, and they're also like, oh, we're trying to become Persona. Is like, if I wanted to play Persona, I'd play Persona, but I don't want to play Persona because I don't like Persona.
Oh my gosh.
I tried to play Persona. I had a friend that was like super into it, and I had a PS Vita, and he was like, "Oh, you could play Persona 4 on that. You should. It's a great game." I'm like, "All right." So I bought it. It wasn't terribly expensive, so I bought it, and I started playing it. And I was like, "Okay, like there's a story here that I could maybe get into." And it's like you're a high school student, and you gotta go to high school and balance your high school life. And I'm like, "Well, that's annoying, but we'll allow it." Strike one. And so then it's a JRPG. So like we're in the Persona world or whatever, and it's like, hey, here's your dungeon. It's a procedurally generated maze of hallways, and I'm like, that's really boring. Like, run down this straight hallway until you reach a door, and then it'll take you to another stretch of hallway that might have a treasure chest, and you fight enemies. And like, I like my JRPGs to have a little bit of like thought put into the mazes. Like, they don't necessarily have to be even like that complex or anything, but more than just run down this corridor. So I was like, okay, that's not interesting to me. So strike two. And then, of course, the thing that absolutely killed it for me was I was fighting a boss. Again, this is a JRPG. I don't know. I don't know how many JRPGs you play. I don't know if you're a big fan of JRPGs.
It really depends because like I don't. Man, it is weird because I don't know if I could ever get into something like Persona, but I do like a lot of more like classic things.
Okay,
But I need to use the
but
restroom like really bad, and so if you want me to actually be able to pay attention, I need to go.
I'll hold on.
Yeah.
You stop
Hold it.
holding on. You go.
Yeah. Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Uh,
Okay. Um, just as a side note, if you're there.
I am.
Yeah. So my only experience with Persona is actually I watched a playthrough of Persona 5.
Okay.
Um, so I'm not too familiar with the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
I think this.
like a stream series that was like cut for
Uh,
like not like cutting out any like plot points or anything, but it definitely cut a lot of the fluff of like the grinding and everything. So I'm like, I have no idea how long the actual like dungeon stuff takes.
Okay,
Um,
well here was my thing. So I have you ever played Final Fantasy VI? I feel we've had this conversation before, but
I've been
because I always
planning
try to
I've been
tell
planning to
people to play that game.
actually play that and Chrono Trigger soon enough. I've
Hey, very
watched a
good.
playthrough of Final Fantasy VI.
Mm-hmm.
I do really like the story and everything.
Play the Pixel remaster. That thing is fire.
Yeah, I think I think it was Gold or somebody was recommending. Maybe you were recommending it. I remember
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah,
actually
there we go. That
you
was the conversation.
yeah, that was a couple weeks ago, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were recommending it, and at first I wasn't sure, and then yeah, then I realized, oh wait, no, there's a good one now.
Yeah, it's not the stupid like I put it in MS Paint and like smoothed it out,
Right, like the
whatever they
filter,
were going for.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so
But
and yeah, Chrono Trigger, I'm still unspoiled on it. I'm very happy about that.
good,
Um,
yeah. And that's definitely the truth. I think and Gold. If you have not played the Pixel remaster, like go back through and play it, or at the very, very least, listen to the remastered soundtrack. It is so good. Oh, it is. It is like that soundtrack is already, I think, one of the best, like one of the, if not, um, the best video game soundtracks ever composed. But that
yeah,
redo, it's
I
like
mean,
not only is he using like actual instrumentation, but like there's some extensions in some of the songs that just, it's so good.
I know
But
the
anyway,
final boss theme. Just
oh
yeah,
yeah, yeah. But anyway, so Final Fantasy VI, towards the beginning of the game, there's a small short segment where you have one of the. He's not like a main party member, but you have Bannon in your party for a short period of time. He's like the resistance leader, or whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, you got to escort him to this place. Don't let him die. If you let him die, it's game over. And again, it's a very short part
okay,
of the game. It's not
yeah.
very long at all. It's really just like one little bit with a few enemies and a small boss fight at the end. And he has a heal command, which can heal the whole party. So if you keep him in the back and just have him heal every turn, like you'll probably be fine. But if he dies, it's game over and you have to restart. That's probably my least favorite part of the game because it's like, man, if I accidentally like get to the boss at the end of this little stretch and he dies and it's just restart the boss fight, it's kind of annoying. And that's really it. It's annoying. It's not like detrimental. Um, so, um, uh, so Persona. I'm playing this game. I finally get through this dungeon. I get to this boss, and I'm fighting it, and I get pretty far into the fight. I'm like, okay, I'm probably gonna win soon, whatever. And the boss knocks out my protagonist. I'm like, oh, that's annoying. I'll just have somebody heal him with a healing item or whatever. Nope, nope. If your main character dies in a battle, you don't get to revive him. That's it. It's a game over.
Oh yeah, I think
And
that.
I was like,
Oh, I've heard that. Oh gosh.
nope, I can't do that because the thing with RPGs is it's like you can grind, you can become OP, but the thing with RPGs a lot of the time there's a level of RNG that just like if your guy gets hit too many times in a row before you have a chance to do anything,
Yeah.
and it's like yeah, that's why you have a Phoenix down or whatever and just recover them, figure it out. And I haven't looked into five enough. I've heard people say it's like really, really good, and I don't
So
know. I'd have to look at it, but
my awkwardly my experience with watching that playthrough of 5 is that it's like incredibly stylistic. It's really cool, but some little elements of it give me the ick.
mm,
um it's just the some of the writing and
mm.
handling of some of the characters. Sorry, I'm just trying to I'm just trying to figure out. I'm pretty certain. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'm pretty certain there's a specific way I need to be pasting this.
Perfect Dark. I feel like why does Perfect Dark ring a bell? Like somebody just mentioned it recently. I think it was Vinny. Perfect
Oh
Dark.
yeah, I
Does
know
Vinny
he
like
likes
Dark?
Perfect Dark.
Okay, that was it. Because he's playing through. We're watching his playthrough of Silent Hill 4 because my wife super likes Silent Hill, and I think he mentioned Perfect Dark
Oh,
while he was playing through that.
I have no idea
On the
what.
GameCube, right?
I have no idea what I'm doing wrong with this brush. Maybe let me just try. Let me just try doing it normally. Also. Sorry, the doing the Badlands pattern. I guess it does just okay. It does just work. I for some reason thought I had to add a
Just
extra.
works.
Yeah, I should have just trusted that it works. For some reason I thought I had to put in an extra like command to make it work the way I wanted it to, but I don't. Um, yeah. Um, a lot of my problems that I do have with like I guess the thing is for me an RPG has to have like a really good story, and I guess I'm
I mean,
maybe
that
a
certainly helps.
yeah it's very important. And so
I mean, I'll
like
take even a like somewhat, okay story if the gameplay is fun enough.
right, but I guess with
Like,
RPGs maybe sometimes that feels like you're asking a lot. I mean, what?
I mean, that's true. That's the thing with the Battle Network series. Like, it's a very juvenile, kind of game, and the story, the narrative's large parts. It's pretty goofy and sometimes not great, but like,
But like Mario Luigi
I
Superstar
enjoy playing those
Saga,
games.
you could argue is similar.
Right, like it's very goofy
But
and nonsensical. I mean, it's very charming, yeah.
though I guess
It
that
has
one
that,
leans
but it's
into the level of oh wait, no, but it's also actually just fun too. So it's
right.
one of the
That's the thing.
few.
That's the thing is if you ask any Battle Network fan what the worst game in the series is, they'll probably say four. They could say one, but they probably would say four. And it's like I understand that, but that's also partially because the story just sucks. Like there's no story. There's practically no story,
Mm,
no narrative. It's like it's bad. I can't really defend that. But I enjoy playing the game. Like I can skip through the story because I'm like I don't care. I've played this game
right.
an inhumane amount of times. The game Stockholms me into liking it, um, but like I still enjoy the concept and the changes they made to the battle system. It's like I think you can see an improvement here, and it's like yeah, some parts of it's kind of like pulling teeth, but I only have 6 games in the franchise, 5 of which I enjoy playing. Like I don't particularly care to even play one. It's just very rough.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Um.
Like
Oh
I
man,
tell people
that
it's like
actually. I think like last week's stream, one of the big topics was the fan remake that's being worked on for Mother One.
oh
Um,
interesting.
where Mother One, its story holds like a special place in my heart, but it's an
Yeah,
NES RPG. Um,
yeah. My wife's been playing through it on the virtual console bit, and she likes it. But yeah,
it's
it's
a
pretty
little
rough.
um, and I
Huh?
actually have been that kind of silly person.
Huh?
Ooh, huh.
Sorry. What?
Were you being called away for a second there?
I don't know. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I can't hear. She's saying words. Talking to me. Oh. Yeah. You're not. Sorry. Never mind. She's just saying words. Anyway.
um, yeah. So, I'm one of those goofy people that actually never played any of the Mother games, but really likes the series entirely through watching Let's Plays.
Yeah, I need to play it at some point. I started playing Earthbound and I just stopped. I need to get back into it at some point.
So yeah, the my plan right now is there is actually also a fan like remaster of Earthbound being worked on that like looks really really good. Maybe I'll have to.
Usually my wife was playing through something.
What's that?
Crab's telling me about this fan remake of Mother 1 that's being worked on.
Oh, yeah, I think I've seen that. That's
Yeah, what was it called? What was it called? Gold, do you remember? I could find it again, but I'm busy.
What is this blasphemy?
um, I played a bit of Earthbound, but I haven't. Oh, Mother Encore is the remake. Okay. Yeah, it actually is funny the fact that I haven't actually played them. It is really really funny because I could talk like a lot about all of the Mother games. Because they are the like quintessential. The story is so incredibly strong.
Mm-hmm.
And like Mother 1, it's like arguably a bit like dispersed among the game. Like you kind of get text dumped with like a really good story at some point, but you kind of are flying blind for a good bit of it from what I remember. But oh yeah, Earthbound is Mother Squared for the remake.
Mother.
Mother. But yeah, so the my plan right now is actually to wait for both of these remakes to come out. Cuz like I mean, so the irony is it ends up meaning that because they're basically built to be at least Mother 3 or better visually. It's that irony that I'm gonna get to Mother 3 and it's just like the one that was previously the best visually and like quality wise in the game is gonna be the crusty one. Unless somehow like a ROM hack for that also exists. Not impossible, but I'm not sure like if somebody would do a full remake for that one. It doesn't need as many like quality of life changes as part of the problem.
You're welcome,
but yeah, so yeah, you can imagine Mother 1, but the quality of at least Mother 3. The Earthbound one is interesting because it's like even better in quality. Like they really like upped certain bits of the visuals in just little ways. It's just like it's kind of exactly what you want out of like a remaster of a old RPG. It's like a pixel remaster. It actually really is like a pixel remaster.
Yeah, I recently actually just for the first time was just like, I don't know, I just played through a Phantasy Star 4, without ever playing Phantasy Star 1, 2, or 3. I was just kind of like, because I remember I played a little bit of it on, because I had the Genesis collection on the Switch, and I was like, oh, let's just look at these games, and I don't know, Phantasy Star 4 was interesting, and it's like, oh, this is actually really nice. I feel kind of bad for not playing the other ones because it's like actually a story progression, but the other ones are kind of older and rough. Like the first Phantasy Star was on the Master System, and
I feel like I remember people liking that series, like the entire series.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard that the third one was kind of a departure because they had a different team working on it.
I admittedly don't feel like. Honestly, I didn't know there was a third or a fourth one.
Well, because you have a Phantasy Star, and then you have Phantasy Star Online, which was
true. Like, yeah, that's the other thing. People really liked that as well. Oh yeah, so like just as like a couple notes of what makes the Earthbound one kind of like nice in terms of quality of life is just little things like not just being like visually a little nicer, but the inventory's like a little bigger. Where it's just like it's not completely disbalanced, but it actually makes it like a little more viable to have items.
Yeah, limited inventory has always been
a little rough.
I've never been the biggest fan of it,
And I think
but
a lot of old games, it's sometimes more like data limitations rather than design limitations.
mm,
But
I think part of it is too is like because it's like yes you only have a limited inventory, but then it's like do you does that also includes item like armor and weapons and stuff, so like all
right,
those things that you have to
I
have on
didn't
you versus the things.
check whether that gets it out of your inventory or not. But just having more space in general kind of alleviates that. Um, Also, one of the sillier ones that I remember Gold being very excited about in chat when I was showing the trailer for it, was that
I'm watching that right now.
you can actually ride the bikes.
Yeah.
Even because that was like the stupidest thing in Earthbound is you get the bike and then you immediately can never use it again until the end of the game. Yeah, I should watch the trailer again later. Um, been working on this, but it kind of got like messy. Yeah, I think that was another thing Gold was talking about last time was there's like actually like some quality of life stuff
Hmm?
that's missing in Earthbound that exists in Mother 1, weirdly enough.
Hold on a second.
And do the run button, yeah. Any other terraforming I had to do in the jungle? Because I know I'm nearing the end of the stream, but I'm also nearing the end of terraforming the like main island. I can just finish this like transition area. I mean, it's messy, but it's very workable. I do feel like this side came out better. But also, I'm not done, so we'll see. Um, G mask under Minecraft terracotta clipboard. Okay, brush sphere clipboard 16. Not 100% sure if this is working. Let me find a definite.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello. Welcome back.
Using equipment takes it out of your inventory. All right, that's neat. That two doesn't, but you have a few more slots. The inventory is criminally small in both games. The bigger pockets makes me happy. Yes.
But yeah,
Run button.
yeah,
Run buttons are always good.
yeah, it's weird that Mother 1 had like a better run button.
What game was I playing where I was like, oh, this original doesn't have a run feature? I feel like there was something I was recently looking at. I was like, oh, was it an RPG? Oh no, it was just I was showing my wife as I was playing Phantasy Star 4. I was like, oh yeah, Phantasy Star 2, and I just like booted it up and I was like walking around. I was like, oh gosh, that's your walk speed. Gosh, that's not good.
Cylinder, red sand. What's the? I think it's like 4-1. It's fine.
I will continue at my leisure, bud. Don't at me.
But yeah. What was I gonna say? By the way, I am actually very very close to being done the main island terraforming. Like once I finish this transition area, like I just have to turn the sand over there back into grass. I think the jungle doesn't really need anything terraforming wise. I think generally it's just this transition into the Badlands that I was working on. I think I finished the river. There's like maybe a little bit I'll work on the end of the river, but the main river looks pretty good. Oh,
Nice.
I need to like finish that. It's all cut off.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But what got us onto JRPGs?
I don't know. You mentioned My Hero Academia. Talking
high
about
school
how
stuff.
I don't care for
Yeah.
the school stuff, and that got me onto Persona.
You know, it's kind of funny. I'm kind of mixed. Kind of mixed. There is a lot of school stuff, and sometimes it works better than others.
Sure.
Like one of the ones I had been watching, was it Mashal or whatever, where it kind of works that it's like school stuff because it's also like it's parodying a bunch of different things, including like Harry Potter, which is school stuff. So, but yeah, there's so much school stuff, and I think the thing with My Hero Academia that gets like kind of goofy is it desperately wants to keep being school stuff, but there's a point in the series where it's just not school stuff anymore. Like once you get to the point where it's just like, oh, we're not just like students at school that occasionally get attacked by terrorists. When it becomes the the villain's gonna destroy everything if we don't do something about this. So we're focusing on that now for like the series.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of awkward because they try to do some level of, I guess, like training arc kind of stuff that's like school stuff. But the best stuff really is just, the actually trying to fight the villains bits of it all. Near the end. But it also gets kind of ridiculous. Why I joked of about it a moment ago was when you've got a villain who like part of his whole thing is he just plans for everything, it just gets kind of convolutedly just annoying. Where it just starts to feel like,
his superpowers prep time. I got it.
Yeah, basically. It does get that like annoyingness of like, oh yes, you thought you had the upper hand in this situation, but I had thought of that.
Dio.
Oh, it was me, Barry. I put the ice cubes in your hot latte.
Iced your coffee.
And it goes between like working really well and being like, this is ridiculous and frustrating. And I think part of why it gets frustrating is you're so near the end of the series that you're like, okay, just finish the fights. It's like, oh yeah, that fight had a pretty good conclusion. Aha, I have one more phase for you. And it feels like every single like not just the main villain, but like all of the underlings, it feels that way. Or it's just like, why are they all getting like final boosts or whatever? Why is this? There are so many of these guys to fight. We don't need every single one of them to have 2 phases.
Right.
yeah, so that was the sort of why I momentarily commented about it. But then sorry, the so I've I've been just reading or watching the anime, but the manga actually ended recently.
Yeah, I've heard.
And
I've heard.
people aren't happy.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I've
You know it.
heard.
You heard. uh Oh dear.
Anime isn't real. Well, I mean, you know.
Oh my gosh, bot, please. Um
In some ways it isn't, yeah.
but the stupid thing of why Gold said big lady a moment ago. So fans are so upset because the series didn't give, like, the series has been having Midoriya and Ochaku, the sort of, they're like the two main couple sort of
Right.
characters.
Yes.
And it didn't really like give a solid conclusion to their relationship.
I've heard.
Yeah, uh-huh. And it's so funny that in like protest of how upset the fans are about this, they've been just like aggressively shipping Midoriya with any other character he's interacted with, even just a bit. And it's the funniest thing because there's this like large fox woman that he like saves at one point.
Oh yeah.
There keeps being fan art of just them married happily with Ochaku, with Ochaku in like the background looking like shocked and disappointed.
You know,
I can't get over it. It's really funny. You know?
I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like you were gonna go somewhere.
Again, my stake here is small.
Very low.
I don't really.
But for me, the low.
I understand, like,
makes it like,
you know, again, writing my own comic and being like, I got to work on, you know, relationships and who will work out with who and keeping it organic and
right. It's just, I think it's really funny for My Hero Academia. Just you'll be fine with whatever you write, so long as you don't have an 8-year time skip in the last chapter. That usually you'd think, oh, okay, we're gonna see everybody like where their lives went, just like get a hint of it, and it's just like, wait, what do you mean?
Like fries with that?
What do you mean nothing? Like hardly anything happened in 8 years. That's a lot of time.
It is a lot of time.
That's so much time. Which honestly, maybe that's the, as a writer, you can never fall into the trap of the plot can't progress if it's not on screen. Or characters can't do anything if they're not on screen, or the main character always has to be focused or whatever else. Just you have to be brave.
Right. That was one of the things, because I was like, oh, what happens if I want to do like a future thing for this comic I'm working on, like a part 2 or whatever. And I was like, for this one character, it's like I don't have anybody for them to end up with, and I don't want to be like, I'm just going to create a character. But you know, that moment when you do that and it works out so phenomenally well. It's one of the best dynamics you ever have.
Oh my gosh. You know, I guess the silly thing, when it comes to, I guess, relationships with, like, if you want to have, like, sequel series or whatever, the kind of cruel thing you can still always do, if you're just like, oh, well, maybe I want to do something else, is, well, breakups and divorces exist, so...
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I don't know of, like, anything that's not, like, an actual, you know, like a soap opera or whatever. I'm trying to think, like, do you think there's any series that has actually pulled that? Like, I wonder what the nuclear response of the fans would be to get a sequel series, like, several years later, and just, like, people are, like, dating different people. But like, actually
Yeah.
thinking about it, I think this does exist in a few pieces of media. But the way writers usually handle it is like the worst way possible.
Of
Where,
course.
where like the thing you don't want to do if you want to play with that is you don't want it to be a like an awkward breakup. You have to
Yeah.
you have to do a reasonable one. They have to be like still like decent friends or something. You can't have
Right.
like it was mutual, but like oh no. Oh no. I don't really
Yeah, it
know.
would.
I don't really know the exact things, but I just know poor Spider-Man. Um,
Well, Spider-Man could just never be happy.
no matter the iteration, but like, is it specifically what is it? Specifically, Peter Parker
Well,
has
yeah, specifically Peter Parker, I think, but
is like the most torture. Like, why do you do this to your poor man? He can never.
they don't want him to be a man. They want him to be a boy.
Isn't there like one that people complain about that like what is it, Lois Lane? Or wait, no, is that Superman's?
That's Superman.
Wait, who's the
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane, yeah. Isn't there like she's like dating another guy in like one of
Brian,
them?
I think it is. Yeah.
That like I've seen memes from the fans because I feel like it sounds like it's one of those situations where don't tell me this is a self-insert kind of feeling with the way that the guy like is.
I think I remember hearing something about a self-insert. I don't know if it was about that or actually One More Day. Again, piggy banking off of that, but yeah, I think that's somewhere in there.
I hate series being stuck on the dating plots. I think I had a conversation with Gold once about this issue.
Well, here's the problem with comics. Here's the problem with comics, like American comics, is like they can't
American comics
get away from them. It's like you have to. I mean, you could get our conversation about Dragon Ball earlier. You know, he's like, you can't. But it's like you can't let it end. We have to keep milking it for all it's worth. Little, you know, heaven forbid we come up with a new original premise or a series or character or whatever. It's like we have to keep on milking these other characters or premises or ideas or just, hey, this person's wearing this superhero costume now.
So the thing for me,
I'm Dirty Dan.
the thing for me is it's not that like it for me it's a bad sign that these writers can't figure out what to do once the characters are like to get married.
Right.
There's so much like untapped like married life like writing where just actually write their married life, their kids, like whatever else, like or just even not kids because people hate when the kids are introduced sometimes. But like, you know, it is just that bad sign that it's just like dating's the only thing that exists. They can't get married. What do you do when you're married? I'm not married. I don't know how to write that. Well, what do I do?
Yes, I can. Watch.
Which I think that's the funny part is I feel like even me not even having like very much dating experience feels like somebody who, if I ever did like write anything, would have like higher confidence to actually try to write like a decent like married life plot than like half of these other writers.
I feel like people are too cynical these days. It's like, you know, marriage rates just aren't
My wife.
particularly positive.
Well,
You know, we've sat through generations of, you know,
I mean,
not a lot of.
I guess it does get into a complicated topic of marriage was always kind of a mess, but now people can leave.
Right.
Compared
You know,
to
heaven forbid
back-
we yeah.
But I mean,
it's-
in general, I mean, part of me feels like the lack of healthy marriages in media probably
Oh, that contributed to it. I fully believe
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, like
Because he becomes a joke. It's
Right,
not
my
a joke.
wife.
It's yeah. It's like it's you know
you know, the husband is useless, the
a
woman is
sacred
whiny.
bond. Yeah. It's just haha. Everybody's an idiot and they hate each other.
Like,
You know.
man, it is pretty rough. Because I mean, it's interesting because I think about this a lot actually. What TV has
Sitcom
influenced.
portrayals of marriage.
Oh yeah, it's bullshit. Sorry.
Accurate. I just over here.
See?
that was good. But what was I saying? I do think about the interesting issue of like TV's portrayal of society influencing society. Like,
again,
funny
part of
as
that
The
also comes.
Simpsons. Oh, I was gonna say, as funny as The Simpsons is, they kind of did like a huge amount of damage on people's perspective on like nuclear power plants. It's like I actually think Mr. Burns was more damaging to the publicity of nuclear than the actual disasters were.
No,
least
again, the
for
problem is
modern
we
America.
also we're also coming on these generation where that's all they've known is they just watch TV.
Right, yeah.
Like the paints their the media, it paints their influence of anything. I mean, dare I say, an extremely extreme case in Chris Chan.
Oh gosh.
Like,
Speak his name in this house. Do not invoke that here.
but
Sorry. It's just really funny background commentary.
it's okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Do not speak that name in our house. Oh my gosh.
But like, that's the thing. We have, this iPad generation where it's like, everywhere you go, it's like placated by, oh yeah, just here, just mindless entertainment and, watch Skibbity Toilet. And
the worst combination of iPad generation plus like Fox News.
yeah. Because again, before it's like you had to be in your home. That's it. Like you
Right.
can't take it with you. Like, yeah, maybe you have a Game Boy, but like, that's whatever.
It's not connected
Now
to
it's
the
just like,
internet,
yeah, every single thing is now, connected.
I've been trying something that Gold recommended because like I don't have like any social media on my phone. That's like one of those things. I'm at my computer so much. I'm like, yeah, I don't need it on the go. I get my filtering of like I try my best to be
I get my psychic
informed.
damage enough.
Yeah. And I get my entertainment and my brain rot and whatever else. So it doesn't come with me. Like, I've got Discord, but I only ever open it if I like need to say something while I'm out or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Discord I half have for the convenience of being able to upload photos directly from my phone to Discord for like my garden.
that's a little bit different, I think,
than
but,
social media, but
Yeah.
But yeah, so the oh gosh, yeah. What was I saying? Oh gosh, my brain, it's rotten. Yeah, I do try to filter that out where it's just like keeping it just at my desk. But I've also started to do something just in like the last week or two. Gold mentioned somebody suggested on your computer, or I think on the phone too, but on the computer to set your screen to black and white. Because then all of like the clickbaity like colors and everything are just muted.
Yeah, interesting.
And I honestly feel like it was working pretty well. it does make some stuff hard to navigate, which is also kind of, I think, part of like half the benefit is it's just difficult to navigate the internet with how color oriented everything is. So you're like a little slower to like click stuff. Cause like I feel like it also like slows you down and makes you actually like read stuff before you click it. So like on Reddit, for instance, there's sort of the you look at the thumbnail and maybe like click something before even reading the title.
Yeah.
And so the weird part is like you can't see which links you've already clicked, which makes Reddit kind of like super obnoxious to use and makes you not want to use it as much. So that's like a benefit. Um um but yeah, I that one was like that one felt like surprisingly successful where it just like just opens up my like NVIDIA control panel and just pull a slider down and the nice part is like I can still watch videos, but they're like not as distracting either. Like there's less like the colors will like not pop as much. They don't like pull you away. So it's like better for work on my main screen with color, while my social media on my second screen, or my videos or whatever. It's just like yeah, it's surprisingly like it's interesting what you can do to still like interact with all of this stuff, but not let it like control your like motions as much. Now the annoying part is a lot of the things I do require me to then turn the colors back on on the browser. Just because I'm like trying to check stuff. That it's like, yep, I need colors for that. But definitely it's like if I'm not like working, on using like the browser, it's just like yeah, it's off. There's something I was gonna say besides just the issue with like The Simpsons and like sitcoms and what they did to like marriages. What else was it recently that was like kind of I legitimately believe if there is like an actual apocalypse situation, I like actually kind of believe that the way people will react to that sort of thing or would react would be like way worse now because of zombie movies and stuff. Everybody now has the expectation of like instant total anarchy and thus does instant total anarchy. Like oof. It's like oh no. It's like now it's a self-fulfilling prophecy instead. Um and unfortunately we actually got a pretty good hint of that during COVID.
Yeah.
I need 14 billion toilet papers, please.
Good grief.
I find it
That was wild.
I find it really funny because there was like a really cheap like I forget like work like one of my brother's work was just trying to get rid of it. It was weird because it was like still in the middle of all this, but they the whole thing was there was plenty of toilet paper. There was never going to run out of toilet paper. So I still ended up making a joke about having a plethora of toilet paper because there was like a really cheap pack that's just like, yeah, well, we needed toilet paper, and it's like a huge bag of toilet paper. Like, I forget what we figured it was like per roll. It wasn't very good toilet paper, may I note, but like, I mean, it's just the usual. I'm not gonna pass up a deal.
Of course.
So it's just like accidentally also seemed like a toilet paper hoarder because we had just so much because of that one pack. Just goofy. My favorite thing is when people try to hoard gas, but like they don't have the proper containers for it, so you get like these weird things, like people trying to like put it in like plastic bags, and it's like,
Gosh.
what are you doing? Are you crazy? Like the fumes. You have to wonder like how many people just like got high on gas fumes by accident. Society.
We live in a society.
Yeah, unfortunately
It's
for me,
going insane.
unfortunately for me, even not working in retail, I have to be like heavily aware of how messed up and stupid it gets with how crazy people have gotten. Unfortunately, I do wonder how much it is accurate when my brother says things feel like they've gotten worse. And it might just be my area has gotten worse. I really don't know. I mean the town I live near is pretty trashy. So
I grew up in Portland, so
wow,
you
that's,
know,
you know,
it's pretty
Portland.
notorious for being.
Yeah. You might not notice. It's already at 11, you know. But yeah, it is one of those things where it's just like I have been thinking recently. Like I've been wondering, like, can we find like Dan like a manufacturing job, or just like at this point it feels like just working on a um tedious like assembly line would, it's got to be better at this point than going insane because people are insane. Like every
People
day
are.
of work just sounds like torture. But yeah. Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, and that's what TV will get you.
Yeah, because I think to myself, maybe that's another one that TV messed people up with making people think certain ways, is the I feel like TV shows ended up inadvertently pushing the customer is always right thing.
Ugh.
Which is
No, they're not.
Which is actually interesting because apparently the original phrase for that was the customer is always right in matters of taste. And it just lopped off the second half of it. And it's just like, oh, this phrase is reasonable if you have the full phrase. Of course a person's preferences matter, you know. But somebody who probably went to Home Depot insisting you have an item that you just never have had, and that they were there yesterday and you didn't see them there yesterday, like, and then they hand you a Home Depot receipt when they're in Lowe's. Maybe they're not right about that. Man, that is actually the craziest stuff he'll tell me, is the cases of, I was just in here yesterday, and they'll have brought, like, to return a product that the company hasn't sold for like 10 years. It's like, what time vortex were you in? Are you okay? Like, that's kind of scary. Okay, what other cleanup work do I need to do here? Anyway, so that's why we're moving to Minnesota, where we can live kind of in the middle of nowhere while also being able to get to stores as need be. We're returning to nature.
Turn to monkey.
Are you gonna have a plot revolving around that, where Fingers is not a monkey anymore?
I don't know.
feel as though maybe that's necessary.
I don't know what I want to do with that series. It's gonna take me a while to figure it out.
Ah!
You good?
I'm good.
I'm okay.
Wait. Where's the wait? Wait, where's the global mask? Oh, did I use the wrong one? Oh, I was just doing it that way. Oh gosh, what am I doing? So wait, the mask is no, the mask is. What is the point of the mask? I'm using the wrong mask 100%. There it is. Okay, that's a global mask. Holy moly! I'm gonna be okay. There we go. I fixed it. Don't spontaneously go blind. I'm trying! Oh, right. I'm not done doing terraforming for, the main island. I still have to fix that river by the other... Oh, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Okay. G-mask under grass block. And then brush is dirt. I don't need much for this. Just to clean it up a little bit. Yeah, this biome was definitely a bit of an undertaking for sure. Okay, under red sand. I gotta be careful with these. But yeah. Oh my gosh. My brain went back to My Hero Academia and then went back to the silliness of some of the stuff I was talking about earlier. And the horrible revelation when you realize, oh, yeah, the writer's actually probably into that, isn't he? I mean, what? Oh. No, just stupid things with character designs where it's just like, huh.
There's some things, some either jokes or things that I've written that I've had to look at and go, I probably shouldn't actually put that in because I know what I meant by it.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I also know how the internet works, and
yeah,
however,
I've had moments like that. It really is bad. There's just certain things you just like, even if you like hope that most people won't take it in the worst way possible, and only all of the terminally online people like ourselves would pick up on. Oh no, it is that thing where it's just like thematically, just avoid all of this, okay? I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of the silliness that, like, do you think anybody at Nintendo realizes what they do half the time? Like, that's all I have to say.
Maybe.
Maybe. The worst part for me is there's definitely stuff where, like, the majority of whoever's working on it, is it 45 hours? Wait, 30 times 90. Yeah, I think so. Cause like, algebra says we can divide.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, we can divide 90 by 2 and times 30 by 2 and 60 times 45. You know, at least 2 SpongeBob. But you sold this to me last time. That was 40 years ago. Oh yeah, the earlier conversation.
Mario in the room.
But the worst thing for me with that kind of thing, is the why isn't this working? Wait, I know why. There we go. The case where somebody working on it is being a bit cheeky, and their boss doesn't know. Or doesn't care, at least. I feel like when it comes to the, I feel like one stupid thing would be the, furries sure worked on this character design moments that exist in this world.
I saw a meme talking about how the XCOM devs actually thought that their like snake people were like legitimately scary and didn't think that people would actually,
Oh no!
go that way with them.
You fools!
It's like, we thought it was actually scary, and I was like, I'd like to believe that. I really would, but
I've seen just enough
know.
memes. I've seen just enough memes where it's just like, yeah, no, people aren't scared of these. I'm sorry.
I'm scaroused.
Oh no! Well, that's part of the problem with the internet. Well, yes, that's part of the process of liking. No! I've seen just enough memes. Feels like a complete quote that tells a story on its own. I mean, I guess that's one of the cursed parts about occasionally browsing like the all page of Reddit, even with like filtering out all of like the not safe for work stuff and just like obvious subreddits that you don't want to pop up. Is it feels like every other week there's like some new like cursed subreddit that can manage to like pop into your feed. That's just some or another stupid meme. Or like the thing that's most confusing for me, or it's not usually like the issue of like the internet being weird, but just the clicking something and being like, I am completely out of context for this, and then you have to check what subreddit it is, and you're like, oh, it's a new gotcha game. I have no idea what you're talking about. Which, dear goodness, it feels like there's a new gotcha game like every week, or I guess maybe it's like the same games but like new characters for them or whatever else. But it's just like
Probably.
I was talking about how like that, what is it, Zenless Zone, whatever.
Yeah.
Just came out of nowhere. It felt like.
I feel like it did, but apparently like people have been waiting for it for forever because I've been seeing like it getting like uber popular.
It's like, I don't even know if it's like a gotcha or anything. I just know it has a couple chicks that everybody likes.
I mean, I think that's like I think that's in the like, what's it called? The same like people that made
Genshin or whatever.
the yeah,
Or
that one.
yeah, they've got a couple games now.
Right. So
Yeah, so the that was one of those ones where it's just like I see a post and I have like zero context for whatever the heck appeared. And then like it feels like every animator I watched on YouTube just like got a sponsor deal to like animate something for them and I'm like I still have no idea.
Right.
You
Lythero's most recent video, they were sponsored by them. So
wait, who's that again? That's the I'm bad with usernames because
he does a bunch of he does these big long videos of like various whatever video games or whatever, and then has a bunch of people do animations
yeah,
for
okay, so
them. Like he'll do Dragon Ball Z. That's
okay,
Fighters is a
yeah,
big one, but he
it's
recently
the person I was thinking of because the name sounded familiar, but
yeah.
I wasn't sure if it. I clicked a video that I'm pretty sure was that, and there was a
Mhm.
sponsor segment, and I'm tabbing through it, and like I finding the end of it, and like I land on a mention of like thigh jiggle physics,
Yeah,
and
that was endless.
and yeah, and it all fell into place why it's so popular right now. It's like, oh gosh.
I mean, you gotta do what
Why?
you gotta do in this economy, man.
Oh. Why jiggle physics? Why? I'm so glad that Nintendo's use of jiggle physics is 90% Mario's nose.
That's fair.
Uh, Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. See, it's weird. I've seen some other clips that, when you say over animation, I've just seen characters being like really energetic and stuff. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like Thomas has been rotten. Sorry. This is the second time you've used that word today. Um. Anyway. Um. But yeah. So. Yeah. I guess when it comes to over animation, that's probably the other version of it that I wasn't considering.
How old are you, Thomas? What age group do you find yourself in? What generation would you say?
Trying to remember whether Thomas is older than Gold or not.
Oh, okay.
I think he's like 10 years older than me.
Okay, so ironic then.
Maybe. That's always how they get ye.
I don't know. I remember, like my wife and I were just like, "What is Skibbity Toilet?" And we like went down that
Oh my
rabbit
gosh!
hole, and it was like, "Oh gosh, this is a masterpiece."
Oh gosh, what have I done?
You had him. Oh no.
I did that wrong.
It looks nice though.
Okay, I can fix this.
I can still save this.
And by fix it, I mean just like destroy everything. Um. So. um. Oh no.
Well,
My favorite thing about Skibbity Toilet, as silly of a phrase as that to start on,
but you've started on it, so go on.
is the point at which you're wondering, where's the toilets? Like, I mean, let's be honest. at a certain point, you can hardly tell there's toilets attached to these, like, they're more like, what would you say, like Nintendo bosses, where they're like just giant heads with arms almost. Like,
Yeah, fair.
I can somehow believe that they're making a movie.
They are.
Uh, uh maybe.
In what context do you mean, like the creators doing a really long, like cohesive one, or like a movie?
I mean,
Like
it's already
Minecraft movie.
it's already movie length, so
It's true.
there's that, but also like this can't be like okay, it's been a couple weeks. Let's see. When I look this up as a thing on the internet as my browser explodes.
Just make sure you erase your browser history afterwards.
Right. Oh gosh, the stupidest thing about Skibidi Toilet stuff though is like there's like the official stuff, but then there's all of like the content farms, including like
Gosh.
ones that take the whole like crazy mech fighting. Like I never watched any of them, but I know that there's like all kinds of like clickbait of like Skibidi Toilet Omniverse or like Megaverse or Multiverse, or you know, like it's multiversal and then it's like mega multiversal, and it's just like all kinds of insanity where it's just like the actual creator of Skibidi Toilet knows where to like put the brakes on. But like everybody else doesn't, I guess.
No.
Yeah, like I don't get how this is still like, you'd think you'd look this up and I would get like debunked. But no, it's just, why is it just still well, why is Michael Bay making a Skibidi Toilet movie?
Michael, because of the obscene amount of explosions in that series. He saw it and he went, "Oh yes."
I mean, it is up his alley, but what? I'm just, it's baffling, man. How did we get here? How did I get here? Watching the disco.
Happened to me.
So I'm trying to figure out like a possible quick way of changing the water. It just like changes the water level for like a split second. Oh gosh. I'll figure this out later. I don't want to deal with water right now. Especially because I'm like an hour over time. Anyway, so besides that river that I have to fix,
That's good.
yeah, so that's the entryway into the jungle.
Nice.
The full Badlands. The Badlands really interesting, like how it actually ended up just being like this like eroded section. Like an actual Badlands. Though it almost feels like, I don't know. I don't know what it almost feels like. It almost feels unexplainable. No, yeah, I mean, okay, so like I want to say I'm mostly done. Like all of this terraforming stuff. The one thing I guess maybe I'll do next week. Okay, there's two things I need to do. I need to do the lunar island. I haven't done that yet. We already talked about what to do with it, so that should just be, well, like a stream of its own. It shouldn't be that difficult to deal with. Just some cleanup on this. You did want like some little like islands or something off the edges of it, but
maybe, yeah, we can figure that out.
Yeah, I'll go back through, see whatever documentation I might be forgetting that you've talked about. So there's that. There's I mean, before I end the stream, I could just really quick fall forever. You know, nah, I do want to end the stream, so I'm just gonna leave that for now. So there's like cleaning up over here. That's a thing. There's that tiny little river that I was gonna add to this mountain, so you could have your little bridge. And honestly, yeah, it's mostly cleanup work. And then I can move on to actually doing the biomes.
Yay.
I'm slightly dreading the process of painting the biome colors on, but there might be a way I can do that pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go all in on biomes. I'm just gonna get like distinct, like the jungle being really green or the savannah being yellow. That kind of stuff's important, but
Yeah.
other stuff is not as important. The one thing I do have to check for certain biomes is that, as you can see, the mess over here is making sure they're not snowy. But that's only like, yeah, what I was making sure not to do on those mountains over there. Would you want these hills to stay like a color like this, or do you think like something darker would look better?
I do kind of like the darker color that came with the little swamp bit like in there. I don't know if swamp particularly, but because
Okay.
what do we get with taiga? And then of course, I mean, if we wanted, like, I was thinking again, like kind of the taiga biome, you could maybe throw in some podzol or something.
Yeah, I was actually gonna do that. That was gonna be when I get to the actual like trees.
Hmm.
Because the trees themselves grow podzol.
Yeah.
Like that's like that just it comes with it.
Dark forest.
Yeah, so dark forest is a decent green. I have a file
Mm-hmm.
here as reference. Are there any other decent greens? Honestly, dark forest is the dark one. There's not that many decent dark colored biomes. I'm actually really disappointed. When Mojang adds new biomes, they don't actually usually bother making that many new colors. So like this is the whole palette, even with how many biomes there are.
It's crazy.
They kind of started adding ones. So like Cherry Grove, Stony Peaks, I think is a different color. Forget there was like one more, but there's like only like two new biome colors recently. So yeah, I might go with Dark Forest on the mountains because like if I brush biome C cuboid. Do I add the radius first? Okay. So if I grab a brush for that, I think most of the map I'll just convert to plains through like a quick conversion method, but otherwise for like biomes like this I'll go around with the brush. Yeah, so dark is
That's not
probably
too bad.
good, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good color.
I think I have to be careful with taiga biome. Because I can put it like around the edges for some biome color variant, but I can't put it high up or it'll do snow. One of the few biomes that still does snow up in the air. Anyway, let me leave it as this blotchy mess and never finish it. Yeah, I do think that looks pretty good. Made it a little weirdly dark on the way this mod renders things in the distance. But I'm trying not to compensate the map around one render distance mod, so. I made some like mistakes that I had to fix with doing biome stuff over out here. I think I corrected it all.
Is the one that actually has the one characters
No.
with like
Oh my gosh. I don't know whether these are just still rendering or if I have to fix it still. I think I have to fix it. The volcano's still like really unfinished. Yeah, the biome colors aren't here correctly. So you see in the distance these like weird squares in the water?
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out how to keep the watercolor one color while making the sky dark with the volcano. I figured out how to do it in the end, but when I was first trying to mess with it, turns out if you make a biome go just one layer deep, it bugs out the rendering for this mod. And just makes a mesh of squares. It's really weird. But yeah. Biome coloring's probably gonna be off stream just because it's especially tedious. But yeah, one thing I can't wait to start converting everything from deep ocean to plains, just because plains has that slightly nicer green.
Mm-hmm.
Like modern Minecraft color. Gosh, I should install the texture pack that makes everything like old Minecraft with like the neon colors. Oh no. What biomes? This one's forest. Okay, forest has a nice green to it. Birch forest is a little different. Yeah, so forest is a slightly nicer green. I'll have to remember to actually use some of that. So, one second. So would the easiest way for me to do this... What's P? I gotta go back to the documentation to learn something real quick. Oh no. Skippy toilet. Um... Is there a, commands? There we go. Set biome. Oh man, I am tired. Yeah, once I figure out what I'm trying to learn here, I'm gonna end the stream.
Sounds good.
Where is it? There is so much documentation. I'm glad it exists, but man. You know what? Control F. Set. There it is. Oh. That's annoying. Wait. Up here, the selection commands. Is there a command? There are so many commands. Dear goodness. Well, that sets it to the current chunk. One second. I might want to do this in a different program. World edit extend selection to entire chunk. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay. What if I do this real quick? Just do a little one. No. Okay. Doesn't work. That's annoying.
Look in the cabinet there.
Okay. Well, I am going to sign off. Thank you for conversating for like 5 hours.
Well, of course, I think we got some good progress done.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think the next few streams of this will be pretty exciting. Just gotta fix a couple things. One of the ones that I'm kind of interested in is doing the caves. I haven't done the caves yet. It's like low priority, but it's still something fun to do. And I kind of want to do all the stuff that involves destroying blocks before I do trees, because trees are so temperamental. You poke them with a brush and they just flatten into the ground. It's like really annoying. We did it, Joe. Well, unfortunately, it's Jover. Anyway, bye everybody. Oh, I'm a broken. Oh, jaw just exploded.
All right, well, I will talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Good chat. All right, bye.
Bye-bye. Oh yeah, sorry chat. I didn't talk about my 2